right.
Yep.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. It is such a great pleasure to be here on this fine Sunday evening. And we have so many new and familiar faces with us. That is wonderful to do. But this is not a traditional campaign. This is not something that we have done in a long while. This is there's already some love coming your way, Gemma, so be sure to look in the Twitch chat. So this is a little atypical. It's a little non-traditional for Roll with Advantage, but we have got a special little thing here for you. So Mark, I will allow you to introduce what you got going on here and then take us straight into the game. So take it away, Mark.
Yeah. You may notice on the overlay, if you're looking at this with eyes, that I'm in the wrong spot. But actually right now it's the right spot because I have become Joe. So starting, we're doing a beetle thing now. It's beetle time. This campaign though is not called beetle time, it's called buried time. That's the serious name, the nickname is beetle time. Call it whichever, we'll know what you're talking about. This is going to be a mini campaign. After doing some other stuff here on the channel the past couple of years, I decided it would be very fun to get a unique mix of people from all of the other campaigns on the channel together and run a shorter campaign. Something that's only designed to last a few months, just a dozen or less sessions. Kind of just take us through like a movie or an arc with these characters. So we got together, we decided on a theme based on a list that I provided. This was the one, and it's beetle time. All right, so normally on Roll with Advantage, the players do the summaries. So Joe, I believe you're up. So if you want to summarize what happened in session 0 of Beetle Campaign, go right ahead.
Yeah. So in session 0 of Beetle Campaign, we talked about what we wanted to achieve in the game.
Perfect. All right, and that leads us right into session 1 of Beetle Campaign. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, you did great, and honestly, we'll talk later if y'all want to do summaries or just leave it to me. I don't care. But we can sort that out later. It's time to game. It's time to duel. So, without any further ado, let's just ease into it. And I will get the intro of this campaign going now. And as far as character introductions and everything, we are going to be beginning with opportunities for all of you to be introduced. So we can do that then, just so nobody's wondering about that part. I know usually it's a pretty typical way to start with like a circle of who's playing what, but everybody's level 8. They're living on a giant beetle. That's all we need to know. Now we can just jump in. Sweet. All right, so let me fade out this track. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let me continue my DJ shit over here, pulling up these sound files. Nice.
The ambience, oh my goodness.
Jeez, thanks.
It's like I'm there. Those birds.
So, as we open up this campaign, we are very far from the troubles of the East. Everything that has been happening in Afera, Thrall, the Salamander Coast, Iverion, and Tarkir might as well be the other end of the world to the people living on the other end of the world. Because far across the distant expanses of the sea and the thousands of vibrant and diverse islands of the Gemstone Archipelago, the massive continent of the world's crown, to the west lies another very large landmass, similar in size to Eridane, the continent that holds the Salamander Coast, the Kingdom of Tarkir, the nation of Averion, and so on. And in this land, the majority of people have never had any contact with the East, and the same can be said of the East to the West. Because of that, life here has been very different for a very long time. Cartasia, for thousands of years, was a land of nomads. And though things are beginning to change, nomads are the heroes of this story. As we begin, before we meet any of our 5 heroes for this adventurous tale, I would like to introduce all of you to the great beetles. Throughout the desert, even as the centuries have moved on and the sands of time have buried many ancient kingdoms and empires and groups, the 5 species of great beetle have remained. Massive, imposing, mysterious, mythical creatures that roam the deserts can be seen from a day's travel away. But it doesn't matter, because most would never dare try to ambush or sneak up on it. There are the somewhat smaller brown beetles, known for burrowing and making friend with non-humanoid folk. There are the red beetles, which the modernists of Cartasia have assimilated for trade, beginning to build routes and mine deposits that connect to the coast and therefore to the rest of the world. There are the orange beetles, the most vicious, the ones that fly, stalk their prey, and have massive mandibles that they can cut entire legions in half with. They were once believed to be used in great military operations of days of old, but now they are completely wild, and if you ever find yourself locking eyes with one, my friends, you are far from home. Then there are the mysterious glowing white beetles, translucent, so large that their size begins to defy reality. It's believed you can only see them when communing in some way with an extraplanar experience. And right now, none have been seen for hundreds of years, at least none that have been reported. There are rumors of their existence, their purpose, and the knowledge that they may hold, but nothing concrete. And this group is atop a great black-horned beetle, the largest of the species that is still alive, coming in around 2 miles wide, 2 miles long and about 1.5 miles wide. Each leg the size of a trail. Each claw big enough to cut through a village. Its horn, fucking big. There's no other way to put it, the horn is fucking big. This thing marches slowly and confidently through the desert. It stops every once in a while to find resources. And, in the current day, it is the only species with permanent residence living atop its back. And here in this city, Alifaz, the name of this great black beetle, who has just turned 954 years old. Jamila, the name of the city itself and its people that live atop it, are one combined force. This is not a parasitic relationship, but a communal one. The beetle finds things in the desert it knows the people needs, keeps them safe, and in exchange, the people guide it, take care of it, and so on. Despite the brutality of the Cartesian desert, people living atop great black beetles such as this are often rather unbothered. People who sign up for soldier work can fight off occasional bandits and raiders. But for the most part, nothing dared defy Alifaz for the past several hundred years. And as we join Alifaz Jamila and all of its incompetence, we are headed toward a trade route, just a short distance away at this rate. Recently, Alifaz had his monthly snack. This time it happened to be a giant burrow of scorpions. A few soldiers and cleaning crew came in afterwards, cautiously cleared out any that had survived. And now, poison, claws, chitin, and hides have all been harvested and are going to be brought to market. Alifaz, as I said, is old. And as much as the people that live atop these creatures enjoy their nomadic lifestyle, trade is starting to become a little more necessary. Alifaz probably still has a good 50, maybe even 100 years left in him, as far as we all know, but he is slowing, having a little bit more trouble fending off massive predators, finding things on his own without the communion of the druids. Times are changing, and many worry that the modern practices of trade routes and the oligarchical leaders of commerce that dominate the coast of Cartasia are slowly going to creep their way further and further west. But as it stands, you are a city-state, independent of the law of the land, so long as you are on the beetle. And you go to trade with your Cartesian neighbors soon. Now, let us go ahead and zoom in, one at a time, to all of our protagonists. First off, we'll go to the druids. I will bring us all now to the map itself of Alifaz Jamila. I just had to show that image first. It's cool looking. So, here we are in the great city of Alifaz Jamila. The druids reside at the top. The political and merchant centers reside in the middle. Along the wings reside the two main districts of town, and trade posts and soldier barracks are set up at all four of the back legs. So, in the camp of Sayanka, where the druids reside, communing with Alifaz, is where we will go ahead and begin. And Harrow, you are the first that we meet. You are currently with another druid at this moment, a half-orc man called Theramore. And the two of you have gathered supplies and are currently headed to your leader, the wise druid Nevra, in order to discuss what must be done next. And I will go ahead and drop that name there as well. Unpictured NPC, just one of many druids that you would know by name. Two of you are working together today. And before we enter Nevra's tent with the medicine she has asked you to gather, Eric, why don't you tell us a little bit about Harrow the Halfling?
Yes, absolutely. So Harrow is 89 years young, a halfling of a dragon mark of healing. He has tattoos covering most of his arms, legs, some on his face. He was an old merchant. His family came to the Great Beetle through the spice trade. They were very nomadic, and what a better way to be nomadic than to live on a beetle. So a lot of his past fortunes through trade are elegantly adorned across his clothing choice, and then also in the necklaces and rings that he wears. Standing next to any druid of the circle, he seems to stick out and look more like a merchant than an actual um, druid. But he went from collecting spices and herbs and balms to creating them and making them and being a bit of a healer. And slowly that has become much of his life. So he's a shorter fellow of 3 feet 2 inches tall, but he has a great way to bring people to his level, regardless of who they are and how tall or how they are among the community. He tries to look at everyone equally. There's always a bit of a grin that goes across his somewhat worn features, including his worn hair that seems to be dyed from the spices and everything else that he constantly is working with in his shop. He has several bottles across him. But he's walking with a skip and a step. He seems a bit jovial in this moment due to the fact that the beetle ate. Uh, things may be better. It was some time before the last time they ate, so things are fine. This is great.
All right. So, happy halfling Harrow is going to go ahead and enter the tent with Theramore. Theramore, just a very meticulous, tall and lanky man, kind of looking over everything. Just, all right, 3 stalks of that, 4 of this.
You're over counting again.
Sorry, it's just last time
She's
she
not-
asked me for something, I forgot, and she gave me that look that we're all familiar with.
Looks or looks. I heard she turned someone into a toad for a week for doing something wrong, but overcounting's never gonna make it better. Mistakes happen, right?
All right, Harold, just tell me that when I'm a toad, then.
I
And
will.
he'll-
I'll put you in this jar. And he pulls out a jar out of his purse. It's like, I will hold you in there until I can figure out how to get you back from being a toad.
Theramore will just kind of shake his head, just mm-mm, mm-mm. He's gonna go ahead and enter the tent, and I will pull up the image of Nevra as well. Go ahead and show everybody. Nevra, a human woman, definitely on the somewhat older side. Having trouble with fucking thingo right now. I don't know why it's pulling up like that. That's weird as hell. Hold up. Hold up. We got it. We got it. Everything's good. Everything's fine, guys. It's fine! Okay. Alright, we're just gonna... There we go. Sweet. I got it. I got it. Everything's good! There was no need to worry. I don't know why you guys were worried so much. It's all good. So,
Yeah. I'm calm now, though.
Good. Alright, so... You go to meet Nevra in her tent. She is sitting... There are a variety of powdered substances, herbals and poultices of all kinds, in various bowls scattered across the surface. She sits cross-legged, her hands in some of them, thinking and humming, performing some sort of communion. Nevra has been described with an expression that makes sense in the desert. Somebody whose smile is as rare as the rain. She scares most people. Clearly, she scares Theramore a little bit more than she scares Harrow, but Harrow, you get her. You're able to see under the surface. You're able to see the care that she has for what she does and everyone she works with. She may only be 60, and though that is old for a human, that is younger than you, but the wisdom she carries from experience alone is unparalleled. And I will go ahead and show her art, players, and to the stream. So, as you all walk in, she, without really looking up, just on the right, set it there.
Harrow will wave an arm and take the small parcel that he was carrying compared to what the half orc was carrying and gently put it on top. And he'll pull something out of it and kind of nod at Theramore that get out before she starts counting.
Theramore will just kind of look at you and just sort of nod and do a brief bow, and he's trying not to rush too much, but he makes his way out of the tent fairly abruptly. Nevra, as she sits there for a few more seconds, she opens her eyes in frustration. She just sort of shakes her head.
Harold will throw a sack out of the bag at her, to her.
She holds it and just... Digestion.
No, sweets.
You
need some.
Oh, are you sure?
I do. I think it could do you some good. I talked to a tradesman who needed some healing for a foot, and, well, let's just say he has all of his toes now. He was going to offload these discreetly in the next trade, but I convinced him to give some to you. I know how you like them, but I also know that you would never ask.
She'll just sort of grumble, and as she's talking, she'll have one.
They also help with digestion. If you keep stressing the way that you are, you will feel quite upset in your stomach.
Alifaz is a little worried about. He's eating, yes, but he hasn't been able to maintain his food as well as he used to. I'm hoping to remedy that today, if I can.
And what is the plan this time?
Well, what Theramore brought will help. But the plan this time is communion. I have not spoken to him in some time. And normally he communes with me first.
Well, you're bordering on a cleric at this point. If you try talking to him too much and beg for too many wishes, like the farmers beg for rain, gods go silent on that. You have to allow them to come to you. You never tell me when you're not feeling well. How do you expect the beetle to do the same?
He's more mature than me. I figured he'd
more
have that figured out.
He is more mature than most nations. He rivals ages of elves. There's not much that we can do to understand him. The most basic of fools will believe that he works off of necessity and that there is no plan. But that's not what you believe, is it?
Harrow, I have an extra job for you. We're headed to market today.
I see.
I would like you to descend. And if you can, find some more of these. And she'll pop a second one in her mouth.
Very well. I will try, but I thought Theramore got everything we needed. What aren't you telling me? Communion, yes, but don't believe all these are for communion.
Worried is all.
Worried is one thing, but when you share that only with yourself, you burden everyone else. If you share the load, you do not burden anyone because those hands can help.
Harrow, help me by getting me more candy. Please. Now go. And she sternly kind of sits back down. Not a hint of joy on that stone cold face, and just continues her process with the various ingredients and components on the ground.
Very well. And he will have a bit of a grin on his face. And he will begin to go to market.
Okay. And as we zoom out from Harrow, headed to one of the 4 legs to descend for market, waiting, of course, for Alifaz to stop, as he will fairly soon, we're going to cut to our second protagonist, Elias. Right now, Elias, you are in a much different part of town, down around that number 2, though the distance might not be great. The tone of this part of town is almost the direct opposite. This is the center in which trade and politics and commerce is conducted. Everybody that is residing here is performing some sort of specific task in the community and economy, not just living domestically. And you are here with your research team, a group of other scholars and mages who are working on something very special that might play a big part in keeping this city working. If only you could convince the politician and leader of this sector of a town, Afir, to grant you the funding necessary to continue. Thankfully, Imari, one of your right hand and most trusted people in this research group, is headed back with Afir right now after a several-hour discussion on numbers, stats, hypotheses, anything that you were able to show him to convince him of additional funding. Right before that happens, though, John, do you want to introduce us to Elias?
Yes, Elias is a chronergy wizard. When you see Elias, he is completely covered from head to toe in garments, mostly silk and very lightweight, to keep him away from the sun that is battering down, but also allow his skin underneath to breathe. He wears a very ornate brown cloak that underneath there is these deep blues and brown robes. He has many belts that hold many trinkets that hang from each one of these belts. You can see there's a small like censer, one of those things you would put like incense inside, a compass, something that maybe he could be used to look at the stars. He also carries with him, obviously, his spellbook. But what you also notice is on both of his arms, all the way up, they are wrapped in black silken cloth, and on his face, there's a mechanical metal device from his nose down that covers his face that actually helps him to breathe from a magical accident that happened years ago where he injured himself gravely. But I assume he would be in his study, looking at his books, looking at his runes and his arcane notes, waiting for their return.
And as you are, the knock comes right outside the archway. So, as you gather up, you walk past several other researchers, a couple of whom are debating with one another about some particular equation, a few of whom are scrawling things out and setting up tables, one of whom is just having their meal break. You eventually get through and see, standing at the doorway, not only your companion, Imari, the lizard folk scholar, but you also see Afir Talisan, the man who is responsible for keeping the commerce of Jamila afloat these past several decades, something that was absolutely essential as the creature began to slow down. He is a man that seems more concerned with the people on the beetle and the money in their system than the beetle they are living atop and its own health. Whether or not that will play out negatively, we have yet to see. But few can deny that his cold, calculating methods have kept this city alive as times got tougher and tougher. So, he approaches the doorway, and immediately, Anamari, though her lizard folk features were somewhat foreign to you at first, you've definitely learned to read her face. She's already not happy as she comes in. And Afir just stands, hands crossed. Well, Elias, I think you know what this conversation's gonna be. It's gonna be the same as the past 3 we've had. We're going to sink. Unless I pour more money into trade.
Well, good day to you as well. By what do you mean sink?
I mean, a couple handfuls of giant scorpion supplies are not enough to really shake up the market these days. We're gonna do what we can. I have my best traders on it, but this isn't going to be our best month. And until that changes, I'm sorry, but this loose, hypothetical, magical plan to slow the aging process of
It is
this
not
beetle.
loose and hypothetical.
Your companion has shown me stats. Let's talk numbers, because that is what I do.
Alright, let's talk
80
numbers.
89% accuracy. Does 89 sound like a good enough gamble to you? When nearly 9,000 people are residing atop this creature? Are you willing to risk an 89% gamble that something terrible goes wrong? I'm not.
No, I'm also not. Not for the city, but at least more research to figure out how to get it to more than 89%. We're a small group, we don't need much.
Elias. This creature, I know it's old on its timeline, but it's still going to be around a while. Nothing out there can stand a chance against it. I see it as my job to keep the people on this beetle from falling into desperate poverty. And in the meantime, well, your research team has done pretty good in the past 10 years. What's 10 more? We have the time. We don't have the money. A little less urgency, friend. This is not the first priority. Food, water, shelter, community, those are the first priorities. That is what we need.
I understand. My priority is to make sure that the city always stays in history, no matter what. If we can extend the life of the beetle, that means that the city lives on, even past our timelines. That is my goal. But I understand.
I admire the ambition. The ambition, Elias. It's what every Cartesian wants, right? To be part of an empire that didn't get buried, lost to time. But very few of us get it. I'm not counting on it myself.
I hope for the sake of all of us that the beetle continues. I've hypothesized if the beetle ever was to, or anything was to happen to it, what would happen to the whole city?
If money falls from the sky, you are at the top of my list.
I
Until
don't.
then, until then, I'm sorry. It's just too experimental. When I'm already struggling to pay for tangible things.
I understand.
But please, keep at it. And by all means, if your heart can tolerate these conversations, bother me once a year. Things might change.
Noted.
And he'll just nod to you, give a nod to Amari, and thank you for the rundown. It was a dedicated effort. Up your ass, if fear. And he just... Okay.
Have a good day.
Yes, you too. Good day, researchers. May you continue your work. And
As,
he'll leave kind of calmly. He's sort of unfazed. He'll sort of
as soon
just
as he
leave.
leaves, Elias,
I was like, Mari, did you show him the book? Did you show him the symbols? And did you even
I
perform any of the
showed
magic?
him everything, Elias,
All of it?
everything.
Ugh.
Half of it he couldn't understand, and the other half of
Well,
it he
of course he
waved
couldn't
off.
understand it. It's magic. It's beyond him.
Well, what did you expect me to say then?
I don't
I'm not
know.
exactly good at dumbing this down. That's why I didn't take a public job. Why'd you send me? And she looks at the rest of the room. Never mind. I know why you sent me, but
You
still.
know why I sent you. I understand. Time and magic connected to time is not hard, not easy to make people understand. Reversing time it's a lot. It is a lot. He's so dedicated to making sure that. I understand. He's got to take care of the people. What about the beetle?
At the end of the day, maybe he sees it as just one life compared to thousands. No matter how big that life is.
No. Someone who thinks that way should not be in power.
Well, that's why we have Nevra.
Oh, yes. She doesn't like to talk very much.
Neither do I. And I'll tell you what. Why don't you get some air, Elias? Here. Go to market. Get yourself something nice.
I don't have time for this.
Yes, you do. You have at least a day. I'll keep watch over the rookies here. I'll make sure things go well. Get all
Actually,
of
half
our
the day has
results
already
tomorrow.
passed.
Okay, so you have half a day, Elias.
Let's not
Whatever.
talk in specifics.
Elias, please,
Sorry.
for the love of whatever gods you worship,
0.
go ahead and take yourself to the market. Who knows? Maybe you can wax poetic about time magic to some of them.
They
They'll
won't
understand.
understand. You think they'll understand?
No, I think I'm as lucky as you're ever gonna get, but you never know.
Maybe I should start pitching it to my students.
I will take care of everything we need here for the rest of the day. Just
Alright. Okay. I'll go to the market and do normal stuff, I guess.
and she'll just kind of nod, and she turns to a couple of the others. Whatever you're talking about, that is not the solution to line 4. And she'll just walk over and start mathing it up with
Yes.
some scribing chalk.
As Elias walks out the door, he's going to stop and say,
Say, By the way, thank you for going today. I didn't say it. Thank you, Amari. It's whatever.
I know you were thinking it. Don't say your emotions aloud, Elias. It's not the researcher way.
Noted.
And he's gonna walk out.
Okay. And with a second character headed to market, we now pop to an equally unglamorous, but viscerally more gross profession, as we meet a third main character, Callum. Callum, you have acquired odd job after odd job keeping yourself afloat. Anytime you have a string of bad luck, you have 2 strings of good luck right after. You just somehow seem to keep falling from frying pan to fire and never getting burned. This isn't your best run, though. Right now, your current profession, as somebody who, well, maybe I'll leave it up to you, but as somebody who may or may not have had a bit of legal trouble, your current profession is now to clean off infectious colonies of microorganisms that are growing on the beetle. Where we find you is one of the old wounds. If you'll check number 6 on the map, these are 2 of the only times, one on the left wing, one on the right, where Alifaz was seriously impacted by some sort of massive entity. His exoskeleton he'd already molted through as many times as he's going to in his life, so those wounds are just there now. And they are much more prone to the elements and infection than the rest of the exoskeleton, which can weather just about anything, even thousands of dirty people conducting business. You are there with a few of your other kind of rebellious, kind of gross, kind of despondent coworkers, as you are currently just cleaning out a scarab infection from somewhere within one of these old wounds. Callum, why don't you go ahead and tell us about your character? Or Joe, rather. Why don't you tell us about Callum?
Either or could work. So Callum is a young man, probably 25 or 26. He hasn't settled on a date yet, but he thinks he's right around that range. He is a young man to the world, and he has all of the moxie one can have at that age and then some. You can see, even though he's currently working in the dregs of this society, cleaning the absolute filth, you can still see that the clothing and shoes and his outfit, his attire underneath the protective garb is incredibly gaudy and fancy. The way that he looks underneath the protective clothing definitely does not match the job that he has. You can see as he's scraping some infectious stuff off a specific part. You can see he kind of like breaks away a part of it, and he looks down at his coin purse and he pats it, and there's probably 10 to 15 gold in there. And he says, all right, well, you know, whatever gets me that next piece, right? Unless we want to do something different? Maybe? All
Your
right.
foreman is nowhere to be seen.
Okay. Because I'd be willing to take another job. Any other job, really.
Kid,
Okay. All right, I'll
kid,
keep doing this.
Scraping. Keep scraping, kid.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to think, you know, maybe there are other jobs that need to get done. And
Keep scraping, kid. You gotta scrape.
Okay, all right, don't yell at me. Jeez.
You don't even know where that came from.
Yeah,
It's just somewhere. Just some old man heard you. Right next to you, though, there is a work buddy of yours. Somebody, one of those people that you've never seen outside of your job, but you talk to every day.
Yeah.
They've become important to you. Talika, the tabaxi woman who is an ex-con, she is currently also in here with you. She's taught you some interesting things. Not that you don't already have a bit of street smarts on your belt, but, you know, she taught you under the belt. Anyway, you know, she taught you some nice ways to quickly make a shiv out of a hairpin. Some pressure points on people, ways to sneak through window sills, door jams, how to tie a hair on a lock so you know if somebody's opened it and closed it again. Just that kind of stuff. And anytime you ask where she got that information from, she hisses. So, the two of you are both working on this just grubby spot. She has a full-on just like a two-handed chisel that she is just batting and scraping back and forth, trying to break this thing off as she is clawed to the wall at an upper part. And finally it starts to give, and she just, hey, watch out, watch out, watch out! And a bunch of workers scatter as just this infectious lump lands, and a bunch of scarabs just scatter out.
Oh my god.
A bunch of other workers like, get them, don't let them spread, and they just start like shooting at them, stomping them. Not a very official job. Callum, I get you.
Huh? No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I got some. He kind of like grabs his ankle and lifts up his foot a little bit. I mean, I got some on my foot, but it's on the bottom. We said squash him, so I squashed him. And you see him kind of scrape it on like a part of the carapace that's exposed. It doesn't come off though. And maybe I shouldn't have warned them.
As you're saying that, she'll just flick a small chunk at your chest. Just.
Oh, come on. I just got this. Oh.
Yeah, well, you should learn how to wash your clothes, kid. It's an important life skill.
I mean, yeah, I know how to wash clothes. You dunk them, and then you squeeze them, and then you put them back on. I mean, it's like, I don't know how to wash clothes. I know how to wash clothes, okay? Listen, how about this? Okay? Mm. You seem like somebody who... Tell me, do you like to gamble? How about that? We'll make it simple. We'll make it easy.
Callum.
Just come on, just one.
I'm still on probation, Callum.
I know, but this is... Okay, no, this is a gamble between you and me. It's easy, right? It's not illegal. It's super simple.
You call those a bet, Callum, but go on.
Okay, sure. How about this, all right? How much do you make in a day here?
1 silver, if it's a good day.
1 silver. Okay. How about this, all right? I do no more work for the rest of the day, and you do my work.
Callum.
Okay, that's part 1, all right? I do nothing. You do all my stuff.
Callum.
Or I do all your stuff. All right? And my stuff.
How do we seal the bet?
Well, I mean, and he reaches into his coin purse and he realizes he only has gold. So you got any coins on you?
Not enough. And she'll just hop down from the wall. Here, you can pick up where I left off. You're gonna need a ladder. And she'll just hand you a silver piece. And just kind of look around and slip out. And within seconds, the foreman appears. As he always does at the worst time, and just kind of looks at you and looks at where she was, and hey, get back on that spot. No dilly-dallying.
No, see, I actually got paid for the day already. I finished my work. As he gestures up the 1 silver coin that is his payment for the day.
I'm gonna go ask the boss about that. Just get on that spot.
Yeah, no problem. I will get right on the spot. Don't you worry about it, Mr. Foreman, sir. You got it.
Mm-hmm. He'll kind of walk off. And, seems to pretty much leave you in the clear.
Callum will Go away. He'll leave.
Okay, so Callum, you're starting to make your escape,
I do.
trying to follow the same path as Talika. And as you're going, you're kind of noticing the infectious bits, other spots that have already been worked through throughout the workday.
Ugh.
And you, as you're kind of looking at them, with a passive perception of only 10, you don't notice something on the floor in front of you, and you kind of step on it. And it doesn't necessarily crunch, but it makes a sort of firm sound. But as you push past the grotesque feeling growing in your stomach, you lift your foot, and you see that it's not really anything gross. It's almost like a flat rock of some kind.
Yeah, I'll kind of, he'll take out one of the two daggers. He'll take out the one on the left side, Hassa, and he'll kind of go down into the dirt or the gunk or whatever and try and pry out the flat rock.
Okay, so your daggers are named. Good to know. And so you go down and kind of get it out, and it lifts pretty easy. And you realize that it wasn't really stuck there too much at all. It had kind of sunk in a bit, but for the most part, it wasn't stuck. It looks like it had fallen. As you're holding it, it appears to be almost like a scale. It looks like the kind of thing that would be on the hide of a reptile.
Oh.
You have no idea what it's doing here. And as you kind of look around in confusion, you see a spot on the ceiling of these underways. As you're sort of between the shell and the soft flesh of the beetle right now, you see this spot that has scales on it. Not much, but it definitely stands out. They're starting to peek through the surface of the flesh a little bit. There's maybe only 6 or 7 of them, but they're each large enough that you have to hold them with both hands.
Mark, does that seem normal?
No.
Yeah, that does not seem normal. Hey, Foreman! He's gonna start moving back towards.
Right. And right as you start moving back, you actually hear the foreman and the boss. And just,
Oh,
where's
hey!
that kid? He's trying to cut out on us, isn't he? Here, get the guards! And you just hear auditory, there's like the little silver coin thing you did for whatever reason. Red is very suspicious. And they're now sending quite a couple footmen down the path. Do you stay put, or do you just get out of here?
He's gonna stay put.
Okay. So you stay put. And they kind of round the corner, and they just... There he is! Oh, he's not running.
No, why would I run? I'm on the job right now. You told me to get to work, so I got to work. And look what I found. There's a hole. See, I found this. Doing my job.
Hole was not in Section 12, and you're assigned to Section 12, so I don't know...
I'm new here. I got lost. I mean, you should just be happy I was doing my job at all. You know how many people cut out every single day? They leave early?
All right.
Would never.
I mean, he kind of walks forward. The foreman takes it, the scale. He looks at it. He hands it to the boss. He looks at it. He hands it to a guard. She looks at it.
Oh, yeah, she's going to look at it too? Okay, yeah, nice.
You know what, kid? Go ahead. Get out of here for the day.
Are you sure? I mean, I wouldn't want to leave early. I just, I feel like I got to take care of the beetle But you know what? No need to ask me twice. See you later. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. So you leave, and leave in your shadow as you're going. The somewhat confused and perhaps even concerned expression of the foreman and boss. And Callum, you have an extra silver piece. Maybe you should go to the market, since there's already 2 other main characters there.
Yeah, I think I should probably go gamble this in the market.
Okay, Cool. That was really organic. I'm glad we got that all worked out.
It just seems like where I should go. Go. Fade to black.
All right. Hopefully the rest of this has been immersive enough that wasn't appalling.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, that's where he was going anyway.
Sweet. I should have let you leave. All right. So, as all of that has happened, these three PCs headed to the market. We're actually there now. Legs have parked. Resources are being lowered by pulleys. People are getting ready to run up and down the legs. Troops and merchants and all sorts of things on various mounts and elevation systems of getting up and down. But first, we're going to cut to the outskirts, actually. Because also part of how this city works are various vagabonds that reside down on the desert floor below, doing various jobs. Davuk, you're next. Davuk, you are alone. You do not have an NPC companion with you, other than a couple hundred of your best friends. The Fey swarm that is always with you. You are in town once in a while, but right now you're simply surveying, kind of just making sure that the area around you is safe for Alifaz to stay. It should be. You're right by a trade route, but doesn't hurt to check, right? Go ahead and describe Davuk to us, Evan.
Davuk. For all you trivia nerds out there, Davuk is a variation of David. Starting now, I just made that up. No, Davuk is a bugbear male. He's at his prime, whatever age in bugbear that is.
30.
30. He also is 6 feet, which is pretty short for a bugbear, but 6 foot, maybe a little over 6 foot. His character art's not up, but what isn't really seen about Davuk is pretty much all of him. He's usually covered in a huge cloak that's tattered to protect himself and his belongings from the desert winds and sand. But if one were to remove that cloak, underneath his glowing yellow eyes, you would see fangs from his underbite. You would also see his claws. You would see a very scary-looking hand crossbow slung at his waist, a longsword of unique design hanging from the other side. But you'd also notice a lantern that is enclosed, as if there's no light to be shown from within. And this is a chamber where he carries the queen of his Fey swarm, which he has sworn as her sole protector. And so yeah, with all of that detail intact, he's usually cloaked up. His hood is usually up. He's very furry as well. I forgot to add that. And
Essential.
yes, it is essential, especially for a bugbear. But yeah,
Okay.
I think that's everything.
So, Davuk, this place that Alifaz is stopping, each leg plants nearby, and by nearby I mean a quarter to half a mile away. But they're so big that you can feel a bit of a shake in the sand as they do. As you are looking at this nearby area, there is some elevation, a couple of soft spots that it looks like if Alifaz got too close to, there might be a temporary sinkage. There's a body of water. There's some dry spots toward the back end of the beetle, spots where the land is more cracked. But overall, it seems safe to you. And as you are just kind of surveying alone, some of your swarm kind of come out. They're aiding you. They look around as well, peek in various spots. And I will go ahead and start to fade the sounds of the bazaar as well, as you are just out here, roughing it. Temperature is fine for what it is out here. You're not sweating too bad. Wind is tolerable, as in you can currently see. Water seems clean and fresh. No nearby dangers. But the Fae seem to have picked up on something. You're able to read their patterns. There's occasional swirling in tight circles around a particular spot whenever they've noticed something of interest there. And that catches your eye in this moment.
Davuk definitely goes up to observe what's going on with this swarm in the area that they're swirling around.
Okay. So you approach, and just kind of seems to be sand at first. But they're somewhat persistent. They stay in the area, keep swirling a little bit. What do you do to investigate further?
Well, like he does pretty often, Davuk kind of growls. And he sticks his claws in, his paw, if you will, and tries to kind of like see if there's anything within the sand.
All right, so you're just kind of feeling around, and it isn't before long after shifting that you do feel something. Pull your hand back, your claws, your paw, whatever, and you see it's not surfaced yet, but you see the corner of something that appears to be made of stone. You have no idea how big it is. Do you press on?
Yeah, I guess at first, Davuk's going to kind of look at what he can see and reference his past knowledge to see if this is something that he should even be tampering with.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, let's see. I'll go ahead and let you roll either nature or history for that.
All right.
Dice! 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 Dice!
Alas.
First dice. So, you feel confident that this is not a trap, and it is not attached to anything organic. It appears to just be something, a relic of some kind. And it's fairly common in the Cartesian Desert, as Afir put it, where everything gets kind of lost to time in the sand, to just find stuff. Some people scavenge for it on purpose, but it's not uncommon for somebody at least a couple times in their life to just stumble upon a relic. It's an archaeologist's dream out here. So you're fairly confident that it's fine, whatever it is. You just have no idea how big it's going to be and how far you're going to need to dig.
Gotcha. Well, in a very beastly way, Davuk is going to start digging and try to brush off as much as he can to get more information about this thing.
Okay. So you puff, pull more sand and more sand, shoving it to the side. It keeps filling, of course, and you have to just kind of fight the constant momentum and gravity of everything, but you start to see more of it. The stone is very worn. It looks like at one point it was very smooth, but erosion seems to have done some of it. But then you, with experience, as anybody that is level 8 would probably know, you see pretty clear impressions of war. Weapon strikes, large artillery doing damage to the structure. You start to think that this maybe was part of some building, some monument maybe. And eventually you dig enough of it out. And it's not that big, actually. But it was awkwardly wedged in a way that it was hard to see it at first. You pull it out. And really, as you're lifting it, a lot of the stuff that was stuck to it does not appear to be part of the stone itself. There's clay and sediment that all kind of accidentally shakes off as you're lifting it. What remains is just a solid chunk of stone about the size of your palm, something you could easily keep on your person. Appears to be some sort of relic, but you don't really know what. But there is a carving on it. And that carving appears to depict a woman holding and locking eyes with a large snake. So, you're kind of taking it in, a little puzzled, curious why your swarm found this in the first place, why it was of interest to them. But before you can do much further investigating, there's something else that catches your attention. Something a little more urgent. You see, far in the distance, a bit of a plume of dust. And as you turn, squint your eyes in the desert sun, you see that there is a group headed rapidly toward the beetle in the distance. Whoever will defend the beetle, whoever will alert the people, why it's the beetle runners. So, let's go ahead and cut our last hero, Anzi, a member of the Beetle Runners. You are there with a patrol right now, several others, and you personally, Anzi, have been given a small necklace that has the ability to message somebody in the northeastern watchtower right now. So you're able to communicate back and forth. Boz is their name, up in the watchtower, just 24/7. That spot is maintained by somebody periscoping out into the desert to see things. But right now, you don't see anything. And you haven't gotten an alert from him yet. That will come in a moment. For now, just go ahead and introduce us to Anzi.
Yeah, so Anzi is a human paladin, Oath of Devotion. She has this little lightweight shawl that has like a little hood to it as well. And it's just tied around kind of where her collarbones would be. And then has this cloak that, or I guess more like a cape that comes off it that kind of bisects up the middle of it, kind of like a tailcoat, but it's the whole thing. And just under that is just wearing these flowy, light-colored clothes made of a kind of linen or cotton, something like that. And she would likely be on top of her mount, Barium, who's kind of like a mixture between like a greyhound and a llama. So this little like shaggy tan thing, with long neck, little short tail. And so she'll just be there with her shield and her sword kind of attached, so it's like easy to access on him. And she'll just be kind of keeping an eye out and then just absent-mindedly just patting his little neck, just giving little like hush-hush of like reassurance.
Mm-hmm.
And just watching out, doing her job.
Those loud vibrations of Ali Faz's limbs hitting the sand definitely are the kind of thing that a mount would run from. But yours are trained. By your side right now is Salim. She is a very regular companion on your routes. She is an elf woman around middle age, which for her would be past 100. And she is an archer, primarily. And she is riding pretty much a very big Komodo dragon. With like a leash kind of around the frills, and it's just kind of holding it and bouncing up and down as it kind of on the soil. And your steed moves pretty fluidly. Salim's steed is very like step, 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 stop, stick out tongue, stand around, step, 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 step. She hasn't. This is a new steed. She hasn't quite gained rhythm with the Komodo dragon yet. So, but the two of you right now are just doing routine business. It's trade time. The legs are lowered in position. Alifaz is staying still. People are preparing up top and down below to receive shipments, guard the area. You do need to keep a lookout, but for the most part, you just need to make sure that the people actually transporting on the leg get up and down safely. And your steed is dexterous and skilled enough, and you have enough trust between one another that you can actually get up on the leg if need be in an emergency situation and kind of run at those extreme angles on the exoskeleton if somebody ends up in a precarious position.
Like a little mountain goat, I imagine, you know? Where it's just like,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be able to stand there, but there they are.
Yep, just kind of like this. But that's all happening, and as of right now, you have no sign of danger. You hear from Boz on the necklace, all clear up top, all clear on bottom.
All clear down here.
You got it. We're going to be sending down the first shipment. And
Right
you don't
to have
hear
them anyway.
you don't hear or see anything, but you know the routine up there right now. Signals go from the watchtower down to the ground, goes from that guy to some caravans. The caravans start heading down. There's pulleys full of crates that are being lowered down by the legs right now, and there are these large beasts that are capable of traversing the legs as well, that are carrying bulky supplies on their back that just sort of like spider climb down the leg as everybody's getting down. And then some high priority people are basically sitting in their own gondolas, just being lowered down the beetle like a whole half mile. But as that's all happening, your companion Salim just kind of sighs and looks at the shipment. It's not going to be enough. No way this feeds everyone.
You can make it spread well enough, I wouldn't be too worried. Haven't heard any word of concern yet, at least. Trust people know what they're doing.
That's because we're down here. And my partner, he works up top. Not a good story in some of those business sectors.
Well, businessmen are businessmen. The numbers aren't going up, they think everything's going wrong, so I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Maybe you're right.
At any
Well-
rate, shipment's still shipment, and that's always a good thing. Shouldn't be so sad about it.
It was a pretty fun watch. Were you on the ground that day? Alifaz just one big claw. I must have seen a dozen scorpion bodies fly into the air.
No, I wasn't down to see it, but certainly did hear about it.
Glad he's on our side.
Hmm.
I mean, what kind of idiot? And then you hear the call from the watchtower. Ground crew, we have a dust plume in the distance. Just need a moment to read. Could not be hostile. Just be ready.
Kind of, nod to, her companion there, and just, she will get her shield out so she can actually have it on her arm, and it's just like, it's a bronze shield, kind of in the shape of a beetle, and it has like a little bit of a split down the middle of it.
Hell yeah, beetle shield.
Yeah, beetle shield for the beetle campaign, woo!
Official beetle runners gear.
Beetle merch, yes. And yeah, she'll just also just get her sword in easy access and just start looking out and waiting for more information.
Okay. So, you are waiting right now for further word, and you do actually start to see the dust plume, but you can't really see any figures yet from where you are. You all kind of gather, all the other beetle runners in your group, about 10 or so, all mounted, all various weapons, mostly martial, but a couple magical. They all get ready as well, get into a position. You all have specific formations ready. And finally, you hear the call from up top. Hide catchers, be ready. And you recognize that name immediately, Hansi. The hide catchers are a bandit group that has been very bold lately. They are a group that really likes to run in to other smaller merchant beetles, particularly the red beetles used along the routes. They like to grab things right as the beetle is docking and run off. They're typically not known for being violent, so the response to them should more be a stand your ground response as opposed to a eliminate the threat response. But you know their plan. They know that the crates are dropping right now. They're planning to swoop right in, grab them, and go. And not only are they getting bolder as time goes on, getting closer and closer to the danger zone, also over time, they've gotten more crafty. They're fighting a little more dirty to get what they need, surviving out in the harsh climate. This seems to be their only means of income, so they've gotten pretty good. So, Watchtower officially calls out. There are signals going out over top. You are preparing with Salim, your companion, and Davuk. Right at this moment, you also happen to be running back to alert everyone of a possible incoming threat. And also at this moment, Harrow, Elias, and Callum, you're preparing to head to market, and you're about halfway down the leg right now. You hear from the Watchtower, hold on, second group, we're gonna need to split. Beetle Runners, we need more of you on the left flank. There's too many coming. And Anzi, you and Salim look at each other, wondering who should split and how many, and in that moment, by some strange stroke of luck, 4 other capable people just kind of all stumble into the right place at the right time. The 5 of you now all kind of exchange with one another, looking at each other. You realize how weird this is. That all 5 of you are just here, at the same place at the same time, right when something bad is going to happen. It almost seems fated. It almost seems like an opportunity you have to seize. Some of you have heard of each other. Some of you have heard rumors that may or may not be true. Some of you have spoken before, but maybe not in quite a while. But all of you have some sort of renown. Elias, the wizard researcher. Callum, the young man with endless luck who can seem to get out of anything. Anzi, an expert beetle runner. Davuk, a mystical ranger, keeps a swarm and can harsh any element. And Harrow, one of the most cunning and accomplished druids of the entire city. Several other people land at the same time and kind of scatter, just sort of getting to safety. But Salim also seems to recognize the situation and looks to the 5 of you. And there are a couple of you that Salim seems to know immediately by name after having some sort of interaction with in the past, and she just, well, that should do nicely. I'll get the left. These are my group anyway. And she'll sort of lead the group heading off, and the 5 of you are afforded maybe 2 to 3 minutes before the hide catchers are inbound and gonna be here real quick. How do you 5 renowned heroes / gray hats kind of break the ice with one another as you all just appear down here with danger on its way?
So just to clarify, they're splitting off. Are the people coming here, do we need to go to them?
The people are headed right toward the leg where the crates are. So you just have a couple minutes before they're headed to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So Callum will kind of look at the distance, and then look at everybody and say, Anybody want to play a game of dice in the meantime before they get here?
A
Feel like
game
that'd be
of
a questionable
dice?
thing to do.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to kill the time, you know? I mean, we don't have to. I just, you know, what better way to get chummy than some clicky clacks, right?
Are we using our dice or your dice?
Hey, either or.
Yeah.
In fact, I actually don't have my dice on me, so if you have some that I could borrow, that would be awesome.
But unfortunately, I don't have any. But I'm
Rats.
sure those gentlemen on those horses will. Or
Oh, you think
whatever
so?
they're riding. Yeah, they might.
All
Do you
right.
want to go find out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Very well.
About 2 minutes left.
Hmm.
I have a
Harrow
quick
will
question.
begin patting his pockets, looking
I have
for
a-
something.
I have a
Question,
question
John. Yes.
because I had to go save a child while this is all being
Yeah.
described.
No, that's
so
fine.
are there like a group of bandits, basically, or like
There are
we know
a
what they
group of-
are?
Yes, they're called the hide catchers. They just
Okay.
steal and run. They're not violent. They just steal and run.
What do they ride? Do we know?
They usually are mounted on like salamander creatures.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now I'm informed on the situation
Yeah.
fully.
So while Harrow is patting for, I'm assuming, dice, or while some folks are looking for dice, Davuk is gonna growl. He's gonna go, no dice. Get ready.
But,
And he's gonna ready.
Wait, did you say you have dice or no dice?
No dice.
Like-
And you're gonna see like, and you're gonna see around all of you. So Davuk has this face swarm that swarms around him. You're gonna see some little bright lights start appearing more frequently, flashing, kind of like lightning bugs, but it's daytime, so you know.
Okay, just one more clarifying question. Do you mean no dice as in you don't have any, or no dice as we're not playing dice? Like, no.
Please forget about the dice, please. I
Phosphorus.
think that's not the time for it.
That's what I was looking for.
Elias is gonna walk up to Anzi.
I'm going to, when they get closer, I'm going to cast a spell on you. Are you okay with that?
May I ask the kind of spell?
It'll make you faster. A lot faster.
I'm open to that then, I suppose.
You are part of the Beetle Runners, right?
Yes.
I don't know how to actually fight, so I'm just going to make sure that the people who can fight are better at fighting.
I see. Well, this group is normally non-hostile, so hopefully you won't need to fight. But I
Oh.
will appreciate the help.
This might scare them away. And then Harrow throws the phosphorus in the air, crushes it, and then just throws it so it's a straight line blocking the route that they're going in, these catchers towards the crates. And he's just going to cast Wall of Fire. And the whole area in front of it where they're running to is just going to be just these tall barrels of just fire just going to shoot out 120 feet.
All right, about 45 seconds left before they're officially here. You definitely sense a slow, and there's a bit of a split that seems to be happening now as they're separated. But they're still inbound.
How many are coming towards us? Can we count at this point?
It appears to be 4 clusters of about like 5 or 6 each. And just so you're all prepared, we are going to cut to a battle map in a sec, but it's going to be very zoomed out, and the combat is going to be general. We're not going to... Because both legs of the beetle are going to be visible on the battle map, and those are about half a mile apart. So...
Elias is gonna cast Mage Armor on himself.
Cool.
Okay, I am going to... How many seconds away are they?
45, maybe 30 now.
I'm gonna wait for the right time. Am I allowed to do this? I want to be able to use Writhing Tide and basically start my 10 feet of flying for 1 minute at the appropriate time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine.
Gotcha. And when Devuk flies, it's more like, so I described the swarm as, bright lights, whatever. It's like he's walking on these huge clusters of lights. It's almost like he's walking up some invisible steps, and each step it's like lights and stuff, and it's really cool. That's
Pretty
it.
sick.
That is pretty sick.
Cool.
That's pretty
That is
sick.
sick. All right, 30 seconds. Anybody doing any last minute stuff other than
Yes.
shooting the shit?
I have one more thing right before they get here, but that's like right before they get here.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
ahead.
Auntie will also, with her sword, she'll just kind of, like, wave her hand over it and she's gonna cast magic weapon on it, and just be, a good bit ahead of the legs, just to kind of show and be, obvious to the incoming group that there will be resistance. It's not going to be just an easy job for them, which, if they're opportunists, that's what they'll be looking for. But yeah, just very much make herself known to be ready to combat what's happening.
Hey, Anzi, I just have one. So they're like almost here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So right as they're like almost on top of us, he's gonna be like, "Hey, Anzi, I know that we don't know each other very well. I love the everything about what you have going on, and this creature that you're riding on is great. I was wondering, I'm not the fastest, but I think that I might be able to be of some use. So, I mean, if you'd be willing for me to just jump on the back there, I think that would be really nice of you. If that's something that you'd be willing to accommodate."
Well, as long as you're playing to help and not just use dice, get on Baron.
Got it. Well, like I said, I can't even really. And he jumps on and he gets on the back and he's like, "I can't even find my." Oh, there
They're
they
here.
are. All right.
They're here. Okay, so
Chuck
we're gonna
dice at them.
cut to the battle map now. So, I'm gonna pull you all here. So, like I said, very general. We will not be rolling initiative. The map is huge. We're also not going by the 6-second rule. We're just kind of loosely, tell me generally what you're doing. We're not going to worry about time too much since this is a lower stake, non-violent encounter, and the map is very large. But we have these two pillars over here that are each representing a limb of the creature. These two white squares are the crates that have already been dropped. Here are our bandits. Our 4 red circles here. They have been split up already because of the fire, and one of them now is below the elevation on the rocky terrain, so that is not preferable for them. These little lines do indicate elevation, so as you're moving, again, we're going to be doing this fairly loosely, so it won't matter too much other than rule of cool, but if you go down these, you need to slide down. And if you go up, you have to climb up. So, I don't know, fucking slide down a sand dune or something. I don't know, like, just do it, please. Somebody do it. I put the lines there.
Alright, I got it.
Also, we've got these spots here. Those are spots that look kind of weak. Just for reference. They look a little loose, and if, like, too much weight was put on them, there'd be a fall in. So,
There's
Yeah.
no initiative order right now?
nope. They're
Okay.
here. It looks like bottom chunk is headed for the bottom crates, and top chunk is headed for the top crates, and you're right there in the middle, ready to do stuff. So,
Awesome.
do
We
stuff.
have like 3 DMs in this chat. Like, what does 10 feet of flying look like for a 6-foot bugbear right now?
Hovering.
Yeah, like what? Like, I mean, I'm genuinely asking right now.
It's more of a levitation, I guess. You know, you're kind of like,
You're not zooming,
Wait.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. I'm just in general, I'm putting this out there for the team. I can levitate towards them, and I got spike growth I can cast in a 20-foot sphere radius. I think I could definitely help out with these folks coming really close to this leg over here.
cool.
Are we trying not to hurt them?
Yeah, You will be in legal trouble if you murder them, because it's a non-violent offense.
What if
Okay.
we hurt them?
I mean, I'm not the court. You know, I mean,
Elias is gonna see them what they're doing, and then just say to the group,
So, hypothetically, if I brought one of them over here and we had the conversation, do you think we could make the other ones leave? Hypothetically.
I don't think they're in the mood for talking because they are writing really fast, and from what I know, they don't like to stay and chat. They like to go and leave. You can try.
The worst dinner party guest I've ever had.
All right. Well, I think
a
just
low
everyone
bar.
be prepared to just converse
tried
with
their
one of
best.
them very quickly.
he's gonna look at one of them and vortex warp one of them to us.
nice. All right. So
That's
even
sick.
though this is a group of people, I'm just gonna move the whole token, just as a representative.
So can
which
I
one do you
flavor
want?
this? So he's going to open his book, look at the sand. He's going to start drawing in the sand, and with the sand, he's going to push down and spin. And as he spins, all the sand kind of just starts to float off the ground. And he backs up, and it creates a tornado. And then another one where he is, and I guess I'll get this one. Yeah, that one will. No, I'll get this one, the one closest to the boxes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so he just and just appears. All right. So there is now just a hide catcher bandit here. Just oh god, oh no, and he just
Calm down.
And-
It's okay. It's okay. Could you tell your friends to stop?
what? What?
Look, we don't want to hurt any of you. I don't want to. He definitely does.
Pointing to the bugbear.
Just could
It's
you
harmless.
currently? Could you just please tell your friends to stop?
Yeah, just how about this, right? Just like my wonderful masked friend here said, just please, so we can get this over and done with, tell your friends to leave and go, okay? And then Callum, as he shakes his hands at this the one leading the pack, he doesn't know it, but he's gonna cast suggestion. So I need him to make a wisdom saving throw.
I will. In the meantime, are any of you five doing things while that's happening? I will ask that first.
Yeah. Harrow's gonna run north to the north boxes to make sure the other individual doesn't get any ideas.
Okay, cool.
Oops,
So,
that's everyone.
yeah. Yeah, make
Yeah,
sure
I
you
mean-
deselect and just get yourself.
For the purposes of Joe being
Nope.
on my back,
I want
Here.
to buy it.
Auntie,
Here, I'll just.
Auntie,
Yeah, it's
there you
probably
go,
for the
Harold.
best.
I
Auntie
gotcha.
will stay and just be ready to just dash towards any that seem to be getting
Right.
too close. Probably looking a bit more towards the southern group if
Yeah.
Harrow's going up north.
I'll also put you here there too, so you and Callum can be a little unit. All right. So, suggestion. Yeah, go ahead, Evan.
I just wanted to put spike growth in front of, not trapping them, but like in front of, to keep them in front, like going from the cages. I think it might be better to put it towards the southern group. It's probably
Right.
where he will go.
All right.
Very aggressively.
Because of the size of this map, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that like you go here and then cast it a couple of times. Boop boop boop. There you go.
Nice.
Don't worry about the spell. You can just use one spell slot for it's fine. But
And-
just kind of getting a huge spread over there.
And the flavor for that is just tons of multicolored lightning bugs from a distance. That's it.
All right.
Stuff growing.
Suggestion: wisdom save, natural 1. So, Callum, you just shake your hands, and as it always seems to go, things just kind of work out. You don't know what it is, but and he just kind of You're right. You're absolutely right.
Thank you
What
for
was I-
seeing reason. Thank you.
What was I thinking? What am
I don't know.
doing
I don't know
here?
what you were thinking. You were probably
Oh.
hungry, tired, trying to make a quick coin. But you know what? Sometimes we just gotta reevaluate and take a step back, and that's okay.
I can't believe this.
That's okay. You know,
Eye
don't be a-
catchers fall back, and he's
There you
just
go.
going to
That's really nice.
start riding away. We'll see if he can convince the rest, but this group is convinced. He's just leaving. The other ones are definitely like, huh? This one is gonna be observing what's happening and be stalled. These other ones are gonna be moving. They'll get up to the spike growth and then be deterred right there. And yeah, the others of you that are there in the group, particularly Elias, you're like, did I do that? But with your proficiency in Arcana, Elias, you're actually able to see what Callum apparently never has. You just notice something arcane happened when he pleaded with the man. But now is not the time to break down that. But you noticed. So, don't mean to cut anybody else off. I've moved my dudes, getting closer to the crates. What else is going on?
So that group down south, are they deterred in the sense that they're still going to try and, like, get through? They're just physically deterred, or are they going to, like, try and make their way around anywhere? Like that little group down there by the bramble?
Yeah, they're gonna try to get around soon. They're kind of just like they've noticed the issue and they're kind of like rerouting.
Okay. Well, in that case, Anzi would want to move, I guess, further down, come up near little bugbear, and just doesn't really have a lot of range, but will just be ready to kind of, I guess, go to either side of the bramble that they're going. If they're going to try and go around the bottom, be ready to do that. If not, just be, chilled towards them just to try and counteract anything.
She's playing like tag at a table. Just
Yeah,
ready.
She's ready. Either
Okay,
way.
And Callum, you're just along for the ride.
Oh wow, this thing moves really fast. Okay.
This guy's continuing to fuck off. This group is like, what are you doing? Up
Elias
here.
is doing the John Travolta meme. Like, where did everyone go?
Like, I thought we were bringing him over here, guys. What was happening? But Harrow, you're up here 1v5 with this group that's headed to the north crates to get these scorpion bits. What are you up to?
He's gonna look at the crowd and just put his hands up and go, hey, don't mean you any harm. I'm sure you need something in your lives, but you don't want that crate right there, because that is where we keep all the discardedness. And he's going to cast Druidcraft and make the crate just smell like a skunk.
Interesting non-violent solution. Okay, so the men that are kind of getting off their mounts, some of them are listening, a good number of them are not, but the smell does hit them. I'm gonna roll a con save.
Cool. And if that doesn't work, I have a backup that I think will get them away.
Right. Not that this is quite how Druidcraft works, but just for reference, what is your spell save DC?
It is a 16.
Okay, so an 11 definitely wouldn't cut it. So the ones that approach are kind of like, ugh, and just kind of like backing up and trying to cover their face. The other ones kind of come in, masked up, trying to get through, and seems like they are definitely slowed down, and this is a problem. But they are still persistent in getting those crates eventually. They're just kind of all retching at the moment.
Very well. I warned you, I'm so sorry, but that smell, it just changes something in me, and he's just suddenly going to wild shape into, let's see, what the hell would scare the hell out of a bunch of people at once? He's gonna turn into a giant constrictor snake.
All right.
Just grow in size and then begin to wrap around the ones that aren't running away.
Harrow, roll an intimidation check with advantage.
All right.
Just see what happens.
As a 19.
Okay. So they just kind of look and they're just, oh, these aren't the normal guards. These aren't the normal guards, and they're just leaving. They don't want to fuck with you at all anymore. They're gone. This guy's gone.
When they leave, Harrow will just be a big giant constrictor snake just curled around the two crates.
Cool. All right, so you're just
And that's where I'll be.
hunkered in. All right. North pretty much dealt with. South, I will ask. Anzi will have a thing for you in a sec here as they move forward. Davuk and Elias, is there anything you would like to do to mitigate the South?
I guess on top of this tangled, thorny, I don't know what would be considered like harsh terrain in this area that Grisbeck would do. I'd like Davuk if he has the movement to do so, just to be like hovering over it and being as beastly and scary as he can with his swarm.
Okay, cool. We could also have you roll intimidation then as well, just see what happens.
Oh!
Let's go.
Let's go, baby!
Yeah, natural
Okay.
20 equals 19 for my boy Davuk. I love it. Woo!
That's funny. Yeah.
You know
Dirty 29. Woo. All right. So this group is going to come up and they're just going to kind of be paralyzed looking between Anzi, very quick on the mount, Callum, mysteriously persuasive and made their leader run away, and Davuk, who's just there, ready to attack. And I'll just ask real quick as well for Elias, is there anything you would like to do to either group that's left out here?
Does it look like they're ready to leave?
This group up between the three tokens there, they're just kind of paralyzed in place right now. They're like trying to find an angle and like juke around, but they're scared of moving anywhere.
Elias would definitely see what Harrow did and be like, okay, that's done. That's fine. And look back to what's going on down to the south and be like, all right, well, they're taking care of it. He's going to... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he's just... he's going to do the same thing and cast Vortex Warp, except he's going to warp that guy all the way with his friends. Just take him and place him with his friends who are running away.
Cool. This one right here, the center token here?
Yeah.
Alright. It happens again. And they just are gone. And you can hear them in the distance yelling between the leader and everything, trying to figure out what the hell has happened, why they're suddenly running away. The salamanders themselves almost seem to just be hive mind, just running now, because they don't know what's going on. They're just getting out of there now. This last group, though, they're determined. They've seen everything that's happened. They succeeded their checks. They're like, you know what? Fuck this. They're going running in with a determined look. And they approach the cluster, and they're trying to just charge right through Anzi. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Anzi will just be ready to just tank it, essentially. I imagine as they're coming closer, she's kind of, would have been attempting to be like a little herding dog almost, like trying to direct them, I guess, to stop scattering and hopefully away. But if they're just determined, she'll kind of, retreat back a little bit and just be ready to just kind of using a combination, I guess, of her shield and her sword, just kind of bash into any of them. And yeah, just tank any charge they do.
All right. I'm gonna consider this a grapple check because that seems funny to me. So let's both go ahead and roll athletics.
Since I'm on the back, can I help?
Yeah, roll it with advantage.
All right. I'm just like,
Cal-
Callum's like, as they're like running up, Callum's like smacking him. He's like, hey, stop it. Go away. He's a distraction for sure.
Yeah. You definitely distracted a couple.
Okay. 22.
Okay.
Roll.
Hey,
That's
22.
what helps.
22 beats a 9. So they just collision and you see smack in the distance all of you that are elsewhere, and Anzi just stays put like a monument of stone. The other salamanders, like, they just scatter. One of them flips upright and falls over. Some of the riders, like, just eject out of their saddle and go flying. They just couldn't handle it.
She does have a shield master shove, so like it would be a physically like pushing them back, trying to demount people if possible. Yeah.
All right.
Flying.
And you have one of these bandits left. He is just like body limp, fallen off his salamander, running away, and he is just on your shield right now. He is the last person here. Anzi, what do you do to this last person?
Do I start running now? Should have done it a bit earlier there.
Alright, and this last person just kind of nods and... We'll scratch Ali Fazjabila off the list. Can you put me down?
Put you down if you do that. And yeah, she would kind of just shove him a little bit to the ground, but you know, it's not trying to be aggressive.
And Callum's gonna
All right.
go, yeah.
And the guy's just like, you shut up. And he's just like, just running away. He like trips in the sand. And with that, guys, you made quick, nearly effortless work of this. There are reinforcements right now headed down the beetle that all of you see, and they're all kind of like, oh. And it's already resolved. And now the 5 of you have another couple of moments to just sort of take each other in. This
So I found my
weird
dice.
happenstance.
If anybody wants to play now.
What exactly game are you trying to play?
You never played dice before?
No, I don't have time.
All right, friend. Well, I'm about to change your world. Okay. So it's really
I
simple.
don't think so, but it's okay.
All you got to do is you get some dice, okay? You shake them up, right? Well, sometimes you put them in a cup. That sometimes is fun, right? You might put them in a cup. You might just do them in your hand. And as you roll, pretty much everybody in a circle, they takes a bet on what number they think is going to be rolled, right? So it's 2 dice, right? That is a number between 2 and 12. You pick a number, whoever's closest to the number takes away the pot, right? Because typically you gamble when you do it, right? So I'll say...
I see. I do not mean to cut you off, but gambling is not something I'm willing to take part in. But I appreciate you teaching me.
Okay, I mean, it's a lot of fun. There's nothing like the rush of winning a big pot. Which is...
Right.
Yeah. So, he's out. Anybody else in?
The snake will slowly, this large constrictor snake will go over to your group.
When did he become a snake?
And suddenly he'll just like come out of the form and then he'll just like spit a tooth out. Just this long fang. Oh, never get used to that. I'll play dice with you.
All right, this is one of the good ones. Okay. Anybody else?
Check the crates! Check the crates! And you hear the voices.
my
They're
God.
coming down.
As we
Normal
walk over the
guards.
crate, Elias does take out his clock and says,
He did turn into a snake about 3.5 minutes ago.
puts his clock away.
Thank you.
as soon as there's call outs to check the crates, Anzi will stop being in shock about Dice Boy over here. And
Who's
just
done all of this on the back of
Not
your
even-
mount?
yeah,
Right.
not even
Just-
like worrying about like alerting him or anything. Whilst he's mid conversation, she will heal back and will do that. Like she will go.
He
to
falls on the
crates.
ground.
Like Callum can still be on there. Okay, he's off.
Yeah, just
Either way, she'll go over, and she'll also, I guess, send a message updating the watchtower that they are gone. You know, these people helped. But we're safe for now. You know.
yeah. And Boz will
Hero
call
will
back.
go over and help him up.
Gotcha. And Boz will call back to you, Anzi.
Thanks.
I see 30 running hide catchers. Some of the fastest work you've ever done. Nice work.
Was a good group, honestly. Mighty to look into trying to scout them.
And as that's happening, you actually see the man himself, Ifir Talisan, is actually down here, planning on going to market himself today. Makes it down, he's looking, and he kind of takes in the 5 of you and just, huh. And then he turns specifically to Anzi. So, this was our surprise second crew, was it?
Turned out to be, yes.
He kind of takes a breath, pats some sand off of his cloak. Elias,
Yes.
let me buy you and your new 4 friends something at the market today. It's the least I can do.
Oh my
I would
goodness,
consider them
you
acquaintances.
you are so kind. Thank you.
And he kind of cocks his head a bit. Oh, you're the one we assigned to grub duty, aren't you?
Well, I don't think of it as grub duty. I think of it as the greatest work I can do for Al Jafalarm for the beetle.
Kid, next time you want to kiss ass, a couple of gold pieces works better.
Well, why didn't we start there? I don't have any gold to give, but I'll remember that for next time, though.
The beer just kind of ends the conversation with his eye contact and looks at the rest.
Okay, he's done
Come
talking.
on.
Okay, all right.
The Zayalka traders should be here soon. I'll pitch in. A nice meal, at least. Some herbals. Fine set of clothes. Something.
Maybe you could visit the Druidic Circle for once. We've not seen you in quite some time now, have we?
Hello again, Harrow. Yes, I know it's been a little bit. It's quite a bit of business happens in that hall, you know.
Oh, I'm sure. Business that affects the circle, you know. Would be nice if we were included.
You know, while you're at it, you could ask Nevera to leave her tent once in a while, too.
I'm
Just-
the person that leaves the tent.
Oh, she has a lackey. I should get one of those.
It's called a second in command. It's called working with others. Have you heard of it? I heard you're quite terrible at it.
Elias, I'm having trouble with your new friends.
I said again, acquaintances.
Acquaintances.
So while this conversation is going on, Devuk's kind of in the background, really not used to being associated with a lot of other people when he comes into town.
Mm-hmm.
His plants kind of dissolve, his swarm comes together, and he kind of just starts to walk away.
I like to think that Callum, because he's like one of the outsiders of these like 3 very well established people, he would have been standing next to Devuk and would have been like, man, this is kind of uncomfortable. Wait, where you going?
Into town.
And do you want to come with us? I think that's where we were all going.
Us? What?
Yeah, remember a couple minutes ago he just said that he would buy us all something nice from the market.
And he looks back at what's actually going on, finally realizing he's associated with the group.
Davuk, would you like some tea? I think I owe you for last time.
I love tea. So he
Tea it is.
gladly takes it.
All right, good to know. Davuk loves tea.
He does. You should join us. Maybe we could play dice when we drink some tea later.
We love playing dice with tea.
We really do. Davuk's a gambler.
I
Then
love
why
dice.
were you so against dice earlier? That's okay. We can talk about it later.
We didn't know you.
Also,
Oh,
a time and place
just-
for dice as well.
We also
When?
know of you.
Yes, Anzi, thank you for staying on track. Please, before my ability to keep my ears shut ends, can we just head to the market? The beetles are here. I can see the Zealkama coming up the trail now. And, honestly, thank you for your service. I'll make sure this goes beyond just a day in the market. And he'll kind of straighten out his clothes, start to head into the market. And as you are all getting a little bit closer to the people, see a small entourage of red beetles, the Zealkama species, that are all coming in with the Zealka Trading Company, one of the most wealthy and prestigious trading companies in all of Cartasia. They mostly, when they contact the beetle, they just trade in basic necessities, but there's occasionally nice stuff. As you all head in, Afir kind of reluctantly with the group, and the five of you, by fate, stumbling into each other for the first time, realizing that all of you are a little more capable than perhaps you thought. That is where we're going to go ahead and take a short break.
hey yo. Nice.
Party's assembled. Now we just need plot. So yeah. Hope everybody has had a fun time so far. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and then we should be able to wrap up the rest of our prologue session here in 60 to 90 minutes. So,
Hey, nice.
They're nice.
Let's do it.
so yeah, Joe, say the thing, I guess. Since we're both in this one, I don't know who's supposed to say the thing.
All right, thanks for watching so far, everybody. We'll be back in a little bit. we're back. Woo! Look at that. Take it away, Mark.
Wow. Yeah, I took it. It's gone. So,
Oh, shit, it's missing now? No! It was
Got
such
your
a short
nose.
time!
Wait, give it back.
I'm
Who has
banishing
it?
you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo. All right, so so that's out of my system. Let's do super serious beetle things again. So
Super serious?
super serious beetle time.
Okay.
So here we are again. Don't look too closely at the legs in this mid-journey image of Alifaz. It's a little, but from a distance, it really does the job, All right,
Alifaz
so
got 4 legs in the
Scroll
back.
way out.
yeah, you look
4? I
too
think it's like
closely.
solid 6.
You're looking too closely. Stop looking. So, as we pop back in, this unlikely group of adventurers, some notorious, some infamous, all ended up in the right place at the right time to fend off an attack, right when their city, Alifaz Jamila, was preparing for trade. And now, trade can begin not with another city of beetles, but a trading company that uses the fragile, vulnerable, and humanoid-dependent red jewel beetles. A species that, on their own, without guidance from any humanoids aboard, seeks out valuable minerals. Some believe that it was a survival tactic that the species developed because they are the most flimsy of the 5 great beetle species. And they knew that they could rely on humanoids protecting them if they sought out shiny things that the humanoids liked. But they had no use for. These ones, though, they're not really here to trade gems, not with the people of Alifaz. It's mostly supplies, the kinds of things that Alifaz has not been able to get on his own lately. Afir, political leader and trade leader of the city, is there with all of you right now. And as you look around, there are several beetles, all very, very big in their own right, but not the mecca that Alifaz is. They are very dense and layered, oddly tall from the outside, but you would all know that in the interior there's multiple layers to the beetle, and they're able to keep varieties of supplies in those layers. And as they kind of all spread out, almost circus-like, setting up tons of tents all over and around with the 4 red beetles of the trading company as their main focal points, you're free to kind of just wander around for a little bit. But Afir has promised to get all 5 of you collectively something nice. So, as a group, there are ales that are out here. There are fine pieces of clothing that are out here. There's really interesting exotic food that is out here that you can get sampler platters of. They definitely have the window shopping market tacked on to their bulk market. So, what is it that catches the 5 of your eye as you are walking around with Afir?
I think Anzi is very much a window shopper. She's going over everything, mainly just with her eyes. She's not one of those people that will like go up to places and like pick everything up and then just put it down and not buy anything. But
As a
she's just
retail
looking to
worker, thank you.
everything. Yeah. But yeah, she'll be kind of making a slow beeline to where the little tasters and all that are, and start grabbing herself some samples.
All right. And Afir, you can see he kind of nods at the vendor and just points at himself. And the vendor nods. They seem to know him fairly well already. Anybody else?
Callum is actually looking for something in particular. We'll see if they have it in this extensive market. A little bit earlier, during his current job, he got a little bit of beetle schmutz on his shirt.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to look for a replacement. He can wash his own clothes. Of course he can. But if he's got the
Right.
money, why not just buy something new? And he's looking for something in particular, right? He wants it to be the same pattern, the same color. He really likes the reds and the golds, but he wants there to be like an interior pocket inside the sort of jacket itself.
Okay. So you find somebody who is selling a lot of shirts, and there is a bit of a communication barrier. This is a Loxodon vendor, big elephant man, who just kind of holds up a shirt and just buckets.
Yes, but not outside, inside. And he kind of like pulls his shirt and is like inside.
Go and set it down, pull out another buckets.
Are they on the outside or the inside?
Both.
Okay. Closer, but no outside, only inside.
Buckets, and this is now it's right. He
All
picks it
right.
up,
Wonderful. Thank you so much. How much?
and he looks out over to Afir, and Afir just goes, "Haggle? No." All right. Afir just kind of pats you on the back. Don't worry about it, kid.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And he'll take the the shirt, and he'll like in the market he'll kind of take off his shirt and kind of set it down on the ground and put the new one on, and he'll look up to the Loxodon and be like, "Are you buying right now? Because I just honestly came into membership or ownership of this brand new shirt here, only slightly used."
Salvage. And he'll point toward a bucket that is near one of the red beetles where they are throwing scraps of stuff that doesn't get sold.
All right, and he'll kind of ball it up and shoot it. Very well, and he'll kind of like pat around and be like, "All right, where'd you go, friend?" And oh no, I just exited out of my notes. Oh no, I had my notes and I exited out of them on accident. Oh no. Okay, we're fine now. We're fine now. I got it back. He's kind of patting around in his pocket. He's like, "Where'd you go? I got something for you." And he reaches into one of, so he has like harem pants on, and there's a pocket on the harem pants. So he kind of flips open, and he's like, "Oh, there you are, bud." And he pulls out what is a small Jabora, which is pretty much. Let me go ahead and copy the image, and I'll just paste it in the chat
You're
here.
about to pull out a monkey, dude.
No, why didn't it?
Khatenepet.
A boo!
Copy image. No. Pulls out a little guy like this, itty bitty tiny,
Long legs.
and he says,
Wild.
"Hey there, Musadafa, how's it going? You doing okay?" Good, good. Hey, so just so you know, things are looking up for us. I got you a new house. Hey, how about this? And he kind of opens the shirt and sets him in the pocket. And Musadafa's head like peeks out of, like it's got like that deep V cut, and his head pokes out of the deep V, and he's like, "All right, there you go."
All right.
Get ready to voice that animal, because I'm gonna speak to that little mouse. Figure out what that voice is.
Yeah,
So great.
I will take note. So, well, that vignette happens with Callum and Afir. Anzi's getting some meat sticks. Anybody else joining her or doing other things? Otherwise, I will hop to meat stick time.
Devuk is going to go up to Hara and kind of be like, "Does this smell good to you?" And kind of hold his cloak up to Hara.
Again. No.
I'll look for a new one.
And
He's going to want to look for a new cloak.
Okay.
One thing, Devuk. Make sure it's the most expensive one. Afridi's got money that he's not willing to donate. Might as well take him for every penny.
Yeah. All right. And he's going to go look for a cloak.
All right. And then, Harrow or Elias, are either of you meat sticking?
Elias is not meat sticking.
Damn! Just leaving Anzi to meat stick alone.
I mean, he'll hang out.
After, yeah. Harrow will do it
Jesus Christ.
afterward.
It's not alone.
Look,
friend.
I remember.
But Harrow's got a mission.
My man's has a mechanical mask on, so he's not meat sticking.
That's- that's fair.
He's gonna be like,
letterbox.
he's going to instead walk up to hold on, I have it right here, I know his name, Afir,
Yeah.
and go,
Instead of me getting something from the market, why don't you use that money towards the order?
Tell you what. I was prepared to drop 5 to 10 gold on each of you. Would you just like a direct deposit?
I think the amount of paper that 10 gold could buy, I wouldn't be able to carry, so yes.
Oh. I know these aren't the best of circumstances, nor do they put me in the most morally upright position, but I'm glad we were able to settle things a little better than an hour ago. And he'll hand
Wait,
you 10
one
gold.
thing. Oh. I'm going to use 5 of this.
he's going to put 5 in his pocket.
I'm going to go buy paper for me.
And he's gonna go buy some materials for spell components.
Gotcha. Sweet. Alright. So we got that going on. Alright. Harrow has a quest. Davuk is going to also get clothes from Elephant Man. Meat stick. So, Anzi, there's a little bit of a line and a crowd. Variety of folks. Mostly from Alifaz, but there are a couple of just independent caravans as well that happen to know that this stop was going to happen today on the trail. And so they're parked, ready to get out. You see almost just like wagons with families and troops that are also around, all different fantasy races. Your options. Now, you can get just a honker of like a mantis leg, if you just want to eat that like a caveman. But they also have a flight where it's like 6 sticks put into a wooden board, and they're all different stuff. You know, like one of them is like great serpent meat, and then like one of them is like desert burrow lizard meat, and then it's mostly reptiles, but there's the occasional like avian protein in there.
She wants that variation. Go for that.
All
shit.
right. Yeah, you get some lizard, a bit of bird, a bit of camel. It's all in one
Like-
nice stick.
She'll like chuck like some of the pieces to Barum as well. Just sort of like catch it in his little like dog mouth, basically.
Awesome. If you feed your steed the camel one, I imagine that would feel strange. But the other ones, you know, I feel like
No,
that's
but like
fine.
camels are good meat though, you know.
They are. Yeah. I haven't had camel. I've had kangaroo in real life.
I
That was
don't know.
alright.
Oh
yeah.
But yeah, we'll just toss little bits and just be snacking otherwise.
Nice.
Still just kind of going around looking at things.
Right. And Afir, as he's dealing with other business, will walk past you and just... Anzi, thank you as usual for being practical and affordable. And he will just go ahead and pay the vendor a couple of gold for meat.
I didn't have need for much down here. I prefer just to have the sights. I think that's payment enough.
He'll nod a little bit and just kind of keep it moving. Evan, you're exchanging with the same guy. You're able to find a pretty solid replacement. The question is what color you want. Neutral colors or something fun, something flirty.
It's gotta look like the desert. It's gotta be
Okay.
neutral.
Alright, just get some sand tones. So it's a nice replacement. It's a little more finer, definitely less fraying at the edges and splitting and such over use. But unlike Callum, your item is kind of nice. The one you're still wearing.
I do have a question. Are there pockets on the inside?
Yeah. There's
Are they?
pockets.
All right, so you'll hear Davuk a little bit, and he's pulling out like some twigs and stuff, exchanging them into the new pockets, almost like a makeshift terrarium. And as he's doing that, you can see like the lightning bugs, his swarm kind of traversing over to the new cloak.
Nice.
If he has it already, yeah.
Yeah, they just move like beehives just into the next. That's cool. And so as you're doing that, you kind of don the new cloak, doff the old one, and the Loxodon, as opposed to immediately going to a fear, he just leans forward and just exchange.
Well, Devuk did get something interesting recently. I don't know if that would be worth an exchange. I don't know if... Okay, first off, the only thing I can think to exchange right now is that awesome thing I found in the sand, but while Devuk is, a hunk of a bugbear, he's still kind of,
Well,
He's
I
still got some
appreciate
knowledge.
where this is going. He does want your old cloak.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for the clarification, because I did not want to do that, but I thought that's what it was hinting towards. Perfect.
Yeah.
So Devuk is like super proud. This is the cloak he's worn for the last 12 years. Puts it out, starts folding it nicely. It's like in rags. Like there's patches, it's dusty. Hands it over proudly.
Yeah. And the Loxodon just kind of holds it and fabric. And there's probably a much more important thought there that just didn't translate. But he seems to want something out of this old cloak of yours, and he's happy. Just from that. But he does still look at a fear, and he goes, difference? And he goes, yeah, break the difference, yeah, okay. Fear still walks over, and you still get a few gold out of him. So, Harrow, you're last up.
Yeah, he is just going on the mission that was given to him to grab the supplies. And he's also keeping an eye out for any like dice, any like glass, like a real nice set. Because there's nothing in this market that he really needs, but the boy lost his dice or might have a good pair. So getting like a nicer one and making this gentleman pay for it is his idea, because he doesn't need anything. But being like a former merchant, he'd be looking for like people that he knew, just like ingratiating him in his past life of traveling and being a merchant.
All right, yeah, so you're easily able to find the candy vendor that links back to the stash you got earlier.
So,
It is a Goliath and a gnome that are a sales team. And the Goliath is in the back just stirring shit, and the gnome is standing on the divider, just like, come get the fresh candy! And he's like, just proselytizing to everybody. They make a
I love
perfect
Ben
duo.
and Jerry. They're so great.
It's such a perfect duo. So, but you easily get both of those things. Nice little set of dice from a tabaxi vendor who is sitting out in a desert rug with various game sets and trinkets. And you're able to get another thing of candy for Nevra from the gnome and Goliath that are working together to make it. And, Elias, your pick of paper. What kind of parchment you want, my guy? Get that drip. Get that academia drip.
Well, let's see. Let me actually read his feature. Does he need actual like kind of paper to write down spells? I don't think so. Just regular paper. So okay.
Yeah.
So he's going to get the best paper they have, but it doesn't need to be magical or anything like that.
right.
He is then also going to get how much gold do we have to start off with? Did we figure that out?
It's irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for this campaign. It really doesn't matter. Once we're past session 1, it might as well just be rocks. Like you're not
Okay.
gonna find.
So if I
vendors
can find an ornate stone and a metal lockbox worth 400 gold.
Okay, I said irrelevant.
This is very specific.
If you really need a metal lockbox for a cool spell, message me. I'll make it appear in a dungeon. I don't know, but I feel like that's a little.
Okay.
Like Anzi can't get
Fair.
meat sticks, and you get a 400 gold.
I mean, like if he could use some of his own money towards this, but I don't. Yeah, that's fine. He is just going to get more contraptions to. I don't know. He's just going to get little trinkets and bobules that he thinks he could use for arcane magic. That is not generic. Like everyone uses this for arcane magic.
Mhm.
He's going to experiment. So little gems here and there, or somebody carve some sort of wooden toy or whatever. He grabs one of those. He'll
Cool.
get if he can get an hourglass, that'd be fun.
That would be fun. Get an hourglass. Sand
Cool.
theme.
Yep.
So, sand. So, all of you accomplish your purchases, swindle a fear out of a few more gold than necessary. Perfect. Except Gonzi. Good job. That's... boy! But you all kind of find yourselves reconvening, taking in the sights, as Afir is passing out payments to those merchants. You see all of the trade moving out of Alifaz now and into this district. Deals are being made. Afir is kind of overseeing that, and as all 4 of you, or all 5 of you rather, start to finish up and regroup with all of your new things, you see a quite dignified man approach Afir, and he seems to know him immediately, calling out to him by name. Afir! Well, it's good you came down today. I actually happen to have a proposition from the trading company. He begins to walk closer, and he comes into focus for all of you. None of you have seen this man before. He appears to be a half-elf, very dark skin, weathered with scars and markings throughout the years. He is wearing some sort of crown-like piece and a long cloak that billows in the wind. He stands out amongst everybody else in the trading company. He comes forward, and Afir sighs a little bit. Moza, if I had known my old friend was going to be talking to me today, I would have cleaned up a little bit more. Don't you worry about it. Pleasure to see you. And they both hug, very brotherly. And I will now share the art of Moza Shadid. So, you all kind of are just around, still kind of finishing up some business, finishing off some camel stick, as you are able to overhear this exchange that starts to pique all of your interest. So, what kind of a proposition are we talking about, Moza? Well, it's a rather grave one. It's about Alifaz. I saw the remnants of that hide catcher ambush just now. There, scared little dust cloud billowing in the distance. Yes, well. We made short work of them, but they are persistent. If you have any way of mitigating that... Oh, no. I think what I'm offering is much more useful. You know that plenty of other beetles are growing old. They seem to be having young less and less often these days. Well, Afir, I admire what you're doing, but As an old friend from the coast, I think I have to inform you that times are changing. I'm sure you've seen your own numbers. I've noticed them myself as we do business. I'm going to make you an offer that we've made several other cities. To great success, mind you. You sign a contract now. A contract that welcomes you and all of your city's people into the benefits, the profits, and the conquests of the Zeolka Trading Company. In exchange, you agree to join our workforce. This will not be immediate. What will happen is, a year from now, we will have an entire neighborhood constructed for the people of your city. So long as the contract is signed, you'll be fully housed, provided for, taken care of, given proper, gainful, humane employment right away. And your beetle, rather than slowly declining and eventually succumbing to the elements out there one day, leaving your entire city stranded, as unfortunately has happened before, well, we'll take care of him. We'll make sure that the people of your city get one last harvest out of the creature. And you see a fear kind of cock his head. Moza, I don't see myself convincing the lifelong residents of Alifaz of such a thing. Besides, we've sustained ourselves fairly well, and Moza kind of raises a hand. Afir, face it. This won't last forever. The age of the nomad in Cartesia is ending. The age of the coastal trader? It's just beginning. Trust me. A peaceful, humane end for your great beetle is what you want. Not for it to die like a dog one day, and for your people to be left directionless, nothing to do. You'll be just another group of bandits if that happens. Left to fend for yourselves. Just think on it for me, okay? And Moza just kind of turns around and walks away, and as the five of you, in all of your own ways, kind of started to pay attention to the conversation, he doesn't seem to pay that any mind. He just sort of nods at a couple of you that are looking and walks back to his trading company. And Afir is just looking kind of sheepishly at all five of you, knowing that even if Moza didn't notice, you were in earshot of that exchange.
He kind of has a point.
John, you go ahead. My headphones were being weird.
Elias kind of looks at, God, I keep forgetting his name.
Afir.
Afir.
Yeah.
And says,
He does have a point.
He makes a good case on paper. It's never gonna work.
Well, if somebody would fund something that is being done, the beetle never has to die. Just saying.
Right. Look, I'm not considering it. And he immediately looks to all five of you, anticipating the suspicions. Not even for a second. It's not like I want a revolution on my hands. I know how important Alifaz is to the city. It's not something that can just be placed upon the ground.
I hope it wouldn't be a consideration. I think we are all aware of the limitations living on a beetle has. But all cities have their limitations. Going to the ground would not give us any kind of benefit, not overall. The way we do things certainly has its advantages that other cities cannot have. Cities that are just kin to one place.
It's good to know that you wouldn't consider that offer. Also, to be frank, Alafaz is the city.
It is a beetle as well. A living thing. It has blessed us for quite some time now. Harrow is going to insight on Afridi on whether or not he's being honest about
Gotcha.
the not considering the deal.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight on Ephir.
Not a good day. Just a 7.
Yeah, so with that natural 2, you kind of think through his motives, and you sort of have a moment, Harrow, where you almost check yourself. You think, hey, I know I have my disagreements with this guy, but at the end of the day, why would he go through the trouble? Why wouldn't he be telling the truth right now? I mean, he wouldn't want to fight off a revolution. He wouldn't want to make this entire system that he lives in as well fall to the ground, become something completely different that nobody would like or be used to. The only thing that itches at the back of your head is his implied history with Moza. But in the moment, you think to yourself, maybe I've been a little harsh. Maybe we have disagreements. Maybe he worries more about the economy than the creature we do the business of economy on, but at the end of the day, when it comes to this, maybe we do want the same thing. Fear himself, too, he kind of looks in the direction that Moza left, and he... That man has commerce down to a game. And he's been winning for a long time. Thought I could finally escape his shadow if I came out here to the Nomad Lands. And here he is. The Zayalka company is growing and growing. Well, unless any of you have further comment or question, I should return. I've overseen that everything is going well here, and I should discuss some business with Nevra.
Again, soon.
Very well. And
Good
Afir will...
afternoon again.
Of course. And Afir will go ahead and turn around and prepare to head back up top of the city.
Oh, man. Things are pretty tense around here. Oh, man.
How long
Crazy.
have you been in the city?
Are we asking Mark? Okay,
Asking Callum?
Yeah.
gotcha.
Give or take 10, 15 years?
You haven't learned that it's most always tense in the city? I'm assuming you haven't talked to political figures. It's fine.
No,
It's
why would
all
I? That
about
sounds
where you
miserable.
look. Yes. It's all about where you look.
Yes, it is miserable. Sometimes it is miserable. other times.
It's not so miserable when you have a new set of dice, and Hera will present them to Callum.
Oh my
Now,
goodness.
don't lose this set.
No, I won't. Then hey, what do you say? Why don't we christen him right now?
No, over tea with the Vuk later. We'll reconvene. I have to deliver these packages to the Grove. All are welcome if you have never been there before.
I have not, actually. Devuk, that was your name, right? I do have some questions about your fireflies?
To call them my companions.
Your companions. Not now, I can bother you later, but very fascinating. I have some questions for you.
And he's just gonna kind of nod and eye you down a little bit and kind of follow Harrow wherever we're gonna go.
Very happy fellow.
God, all your characters are so fucking funny. So, headed to Sayanka Camp, Harrow is, and yeah, I'm cool with if all of you want to join. Kind of check it out. Stick around with this weird bunch of friends you made.
Is the
those guys.
camp? Well, is the where Elias came from? Is that close to the camp?
Yeah, that's pretty close. You would have been in the Commerce District, and the Druid camp is just right above. It's on the head of the beetle.
Okay, he'll just follow everyone to the camp, and then he has an errand that he has to run afterward.
Cool. All right. So, Anzi, your shift is over. By the way, you're clear.
At this point.
You're clear. You're not gonna get written up.
Just wagging work, it's fine.
I did my bit today. But yeah. So you can all go ahead and depart from the bazaar. And we will go ahead and head up the beetle. So,
As we're walking, unless there was anything that you needed to let us know about, Callum did have something that he wanted to put out there into the ether. Okay. So as we're walking, Callum will kind of like whisper something down to Musadafa, and it kind of whispers something. You think so? Okay, all right. I'll ask. Hey, so I had a question for everybody here, since a lot of you seem to be more understanding of how things work around here than I. Right? That's right. That's an okay assumption to make, right? I mean, I don't want to.
I believe so.
I'm sure there's plenty you know that we don't. You seem quite skilled and educated in your own way. Don't cut yourself short.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm not going to disagree with you, but in terms of the beetle, I am a bit of a dunce. So I just had a quick question about something, and if anybody here is an expert, they might be able to help me out. So, in my time, I've kind of done a whole bunch of different odd jobs, just kind of wherever the wind guides me, I kind of end up, and, I do my bit and I do my part and make enough money, and then I move on, for whatever I find next. So, recently I've been working in the pits, and I've been cleaning out the gunk of the previous wounds of the beetle, which has been great. Don't get me wrong. Love the service. But I noticed today something a little strange. There was like a hole kind of opening in it, revealing some of the these like scales. Like it was actually like not supposed to be there. And the foreman and the boss, they seemed a little uncomfortable with it. And most of the time I don't let these things linger on me too much. But I mean, Elias, you said it yourself that you're involved in the politics of this city. So I don't know if that's something useful for you. But it's something I noticed, and it seemed really not good. So I thought that I would kind of take that and given.
When you say scales, did you mean the wound had scales? Or behind the skin there were scales? Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I could be more specific. Mark, how would Callum choose to describe it?
They were like in a layer of the beetle's hide. They
Okay.
weren't like part of an injury. It was almost like something being revealed,
Yeah.
sort of.
So it was really more like something like being revealed, honestly, where it was like underneath the beetle itself, not like something that was put there.
Mark, is there any way that, like, from the description he's getting, that he can, like, use his knowledge to figure out what it could possibly be? Or is there anything that
So you've never heard of anything like this. So
Okay.
history's kind of out. I think the only thing you really could roll is like nature or medicine.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of know what's wrong with it. So Elias, as you're kind of thinking about it, you're not able to get too much. I will still let you roll, but you know you're not, your expertise doesn't immediately guide you. But
Dirty 20.
for, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good though. So you can collaborate minds with Davuk and Harrow, because the two of you, I'll have you both roll either nature or medicine. Your choice individually, because that description would kind of maybe tick an alarm bell.
Let's go, Davuk. My
Dude,
God.
Davuk is the best.
My
Second
God.
natural
My
20.
dude.
Damn. Man, Harrow's having a rough
Yeah,
day.
Arrow's having a real rough day.
He got that candy
So
and
many
he tapped out.
twos.
So, Elias with a +5 in nature, that's truly not bad. So just not with expertise, but just plain old intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
You are able to kind of think through this and think, okay, it's growing under the surface. It was revealed in the old wounds, kind of a vulnerable spot, and you're kind of just processing along the chain, and you know that that area is prone to infection, but you're thinking it's something more. And you sort of gather your number one guess from what Callum said is that it's definitely not natural. It's definitely not something that is just on the beetle, because you've been here a long time and you've never heard of this. The beetles don't. It is not known that they have a layer of scales somewhere under there. So definitely ringing alarm bells. And it doesn't necessarily read as an infection, but something else. Just something that's askew, a mutation, perhaps. Davuk, though, with that 33. Davuk, you practically stop in your tracks as you realize what Callum is saying. And you get, I'm going to flavor this, because of the stone you found. You found the stone of that ancient woman holding a serpent and looking it in the eye. Yeah, that one. And you sort of think about it, and some things just start connecting to you. You've heard legends about people long ago in the Cartesian desert who manipulated life and their own bodies and the cycle of nature by bonding with other creatures forcefully in ways that they were never meant to. You start to wonder if that stone you gathered has something to do with those weird myths. And you start to wonder if what's happening to Alphaz has something to do with that as well. Because it sounds to you like an affliction that was put upon him at some point, not a naturally occurring part of his body.
We need to let Nevra know about this immediately.
Oh.
And he's gonna pull out this stone. And he's gonna start handing it to Harrow.
I've been trying to tell you both. These myths. It all has to be connected.
Elias, you have proficiency in history, so I'm just going to give it to you. That stone is about 800 years old.
So real quick, Callum also has proficiency in history. In that, he's really smart. He just kind of looking at it, and he's like, "Man, what does that thing like 800 years old?"
I believe it is. Good job.
Oh, thank you.
It still looks a lot like a smoke detector.
It sure does. That was my description to a T. But yeah, you noticed that, Elias, and you happen upon that, Callum. But yeah, and Harrow, it's as the stone is handed to you as well. The depiction definitely is concerning. You know about, as a druid, your sacred, reverent bond with transformation from humanoid to beast. What this depicts, and what you're hearing about from Callum's story, is the opposite. It's a vile, corrupt merging of the two.
Question.
Yes.
Does the stone seem magical?
Go ahead and give it an Arcana check.
I'm that good with those. 27.
27. All right, that is high enough to give you an Easter egg. You know that the stone isn't magical, but you can sense that it was in a very magical place at some point in its lifespan.
All right, this is gonna be very weird. But I'm going to try it if you'll allow me. I want to cast Identify on the stone.
Okay. Can you drop the text of Identify in the chat just so I know if I'm giving you the right info?
Yeah, Elias is also going to say.
Would you allow me to see that stone just for a couple of minutes?
And he'll hand it to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So you can cast this as you're moving, since the spell takes a while. And you pull out your components.
Oh yeah, I'm
Study
gonna
it.
do it as
A ritual.
Gotcha. All right. So, it is not a magic item, but I'll go ahead and give you with Identify. You sense that this piece of stone was once in a room where conjuration magic and other magic that binded two creatures together was performed. You're not sure if it was part of a wall, a mural, an altar, a throne, anything like that.
What type of magic again?
Conjuration and fusing of two creatures. Whatever school you would call that.
Necromancy, I don't know.
It's akin, honestly. Not necessarily dealing with undeath, but dealing with tampering with natural life.
Yeah, so when Elias casts Identify, his green eyes turn bright blue as he casts it, and he finishes and says,
This is not good. This stone was used in some sort of ritual. A ritual to bind something to something else. What you found, Callum, sounds like that binding. Or some sort of affliction was created.
We need to tell Nevra immediately.
I agree.
Good news is you're close now, as you've been moving throughout the casting. Any last word before we get in the tent?
Can this is another long shot, but is there a way to tell, like, roughly how long ago the magic in the stone was present?
You'd be guessing it's wide swaths. It's definitely hundreds of years ago.
Oh, okay. So he is not going to ask Anzi if she saw anybody recently. Gotcha.
Have you seen any ancient kingdoms?
In the last 100
Yeah, you know.
years.
I do have one quick
good with you.
question.
Yeah.
It might be directly related to. I mean, I guess it would affect all of us. But how long have we all, as a group, been noticing that Alifaz has been slowing down, or at least like clearly not as perky as he used to be?
That's been very gradual over the past 15 to 20 years, and some of it is just natural. You know, he's 954. Like, he's a little slow.
So it might be safe to say that it's only recently that we've really started to realize, whoa, something is actually genuinely wrong.
Yeah, and even then, only the most perceptive of you would have that hunch. You know,
Got you.
like
Okay.
like Nevra feels like something is wrong in a maternal way almost, but like, you know, Alifaz is just old. And little things like that she's worried about kind of would just get brushed off.
Got you. Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah. So this is big news.
Okay.
If all the dots your party is connected are true, this is big news. Okay. Anything else before we enter the tent? Okay. So you get to the tent, and those of you with let me check our passive perceptions here. Harrow and Elias would be the two that hear it immediately and can kind of catch everybody if you'd like. But you hear through the tent the voice of Afir speaking to Nevra. I'm just saying, as a last resort. And Nevra, you just hear frantic steps. Just, only you would consider something like this. Only an outsider would consider something like this. Do you even understand? The magnificent beast you are standing upon right now. Do you know that he feels your words, your contempt, your ability to trade him away? I understand this is fresh. Just believe me, I don't want to do it. But Moses is right. Unless something changes soon, we're treading water.
On that point, Harrow's going to put his hand up and immediately walk into the tent and then just point at Ifrit and just be like, you lied.
Well,
He's going to take gold out of his pockets and just chuck it at him. Here, this will cover everything on your blood money. I don't want any of it. And this should cover all of them too.
I understand. Believe me, I do. I will leave you be. Never. Now that you've heard me out, I will wait to hear what you have to say. I won't press any further. And he'll nod to her, he'll nod to you, Harrow, and kind of, with whatever dignity he can still maintain, walk past the rest of you.
Davuk will growl as he goes by.
He'll get you get a small flinch out of him, just a small tense of the muscles, and a bit more of a brisk walk. I'll go ahead and reshare Nevra just in case.
Question.
Yes.
Does Elias have frequent contact with Nevra?
No. She's pretty secluded. You might be one of the ones that sees her more often, but like only really Davuk and Harrow would have conversational, like, familiarity with this woman. Callum, this might be your first time ever seeing her.
Good afternoon.
And Nevra's just gonna kind of sigh and... Never mind all that nonsense. Harrow, I trust these are your allies for the time being.
Yes. I apologize to bear more bad news upon the ill tongue of our friend there, but yes, there was commotion, as it always is, people trying to steal crates, and I came across these wonderful individuals, and they have some information to share with you.
It is dire information. Something that should be looked at quite immediate.
It appears our deepest worries may have some ground to stand on.
Davuk is gonna pull his hand out to Elias to get the stone back.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna walk forward towards Nevra, and he's gonna kneel down, and he's gonna pull out the lantern that he keeps the queen in.
Mm-hmm.
When I was bringing Her Majesty to her oasis, her subjects found this stone. And
he's gonna point towards Callum.
this dice man has confirmed what we feared it might be.
And he's gonna kind of beckon Callum over to kind of explain further.
Dice man, please explain.
Yes, hello. Nevra, my name is Callum Vazar. It is such a great pleasure to meet you. I feel bad bringing such bad news to your doorstep, but I have been just set up here by my wonderful friend here, and he's kind of looking down at you like, I don't know this woman. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So I will put it short and sweet. I was cleaning in the pits with the gunk, and I found a scale inside the beetle. And then I was dismissed from work. And I went to the market.
Like a serpent's scale.
Yeah, kind of like a serpent, very lizard-like, I would say. Yeah, like a serpent.
Show me the stone. And she'll reach out her hand for it and take it. And her face grows grave as soon as she sees it. And she mumbles a word that none of you have heard before. Oh. Khatenepet. And there's a sudden urgency as she looks up at all of you. This is it. I sense it. And she starts moving a little bit. Harrow, I don't know why, but I trust his judgment. You need to teach these four how to commune with Alifaz right now. He wants to speak to them. And Nevra's just gonna run around and start setting up a bunch of shit, start burning incense for smoke, start preparing some sort of drug in a mortar and pestle.
Very well.
I
need the four of you.
Ali, the beetle?
Yes.
Okay,
You
all right.
are
The beetle.
getting one of the most grandiose experiences. This is a blessing.
Yeah, got it.
For some reason, you were all trusted, and I need you all to step around the circle.
Okay.
Elias
Also,
does
eat one of
immediately.
these. And he'll just pull one of the candies out. This is not related. They're just really good, and they calm your stomach.
Oh, these are really good.
Right?
Okay.
Elias turns around from everybody, and you hear this, and then you hear the as he puts the mask back on.
Very well. Now, you need to trust yourselves. The manifestation of the voice of Alifaz is different for everyone. But you need to know that whatever needs to be said stays in this communal circle.
Yes, absolutely. And Never just kind of gives all of you a final glance. A beetle runner, a scholar, a wound cleaner. I don't understand, but whatever you found, I'm afraid you're wrapped up in it now. And she will pass all 5 of you a small herbal, something that just fits on the tip of a finger. And specifically to you, Elias, she'll say, I'm afraid you'll have to take that as well. And she will not be partaking, but Harrow, you know what to do. You've done this a couple of times before. Not often, but they've been very memorable experiences. You just dab the herbal poultice on your tongue, you close your eyes and you inhale the smoke, and it does not take long for your grip on this reality to start fading.
It's a mixture of honeysuckle and excretion from the beetle itself, a bit of lavender and honey, as well as a little bit of a marrow of a bone. It's bitter at first, but sweet in the end. And then it's very
Callum already had it.
psychotropic.
Excrement.
Never will just come up to you. All right, now the smoke. Now the smoke. Breathe. Breathe, kid. Listen.
Smoke?
You get how Elias is like, wait, smoke? Shit, okay. It's gonna turn into purified air when it goes through his mask.
Not this smoke. Not this smoke. It's special smoke, Elias. So, you all take, all 5 of you take it, and yeah, doesn't take long. Your sense of the world around you begins to fade, and you appear in the realm of Alifaz. It is quiet at first, but then you start hearing this ringing. A loud, resonant ringing, as if you are in the halls of some sort of celestial plane. What you see is basically just rock archways, flowing golden mineral-like substances pouring from the ceiling almost like water. It is mind-blowing. The 5 of you wake up, you see each other all there. And then you hear behind you, young ones. And as you all turn, as large as the horizon is the face of Alifaz, just in front of you. You are sitting maybe 20 feet away, and it takes up a full 180 degrees of vision. It is terrifying and beautiful in equal measure. Hard to comprehend. Welcome back, Harrow Devuk. And welcome now, Callum, Elias, and Anzi. You have found something that I have walked away from for 800
years. And finally, those wounds return. My people, long ago, were often not independent. We were captors of warring empires, all buried in time. I was one of the great servants of Empress Khatenepet. She died long, long ago and was buried, but her affliction remains. All of us, when wounded or approaching death, were kept artificially alive in the same way that her people were, with the bonding of the demon serpent. You fight to keep me alive, but young ones, the painful truth is I am over 800 years past due, kept alive by a corrupt means. Well, it would not be natural for me to pass. It may be the only right that can come in the great cycle. I will finally succumb to the wounds of that old empire. But I sense purpose, conflict, drive. I know that all of you will fight to keep your people. And if so, well, you are on the way to impossibly save me. Perhaps you can undo a curse from long ago. There is only one known cure for the serpent curse that grows now within me. It is not a normal sickness that can be remedied by any other means. This cure was developed by Papst, a woman in the Empire who rebelled. But her formula is gone, and all samples are gone as far as I know as well. Perhaps they can be uncovered. And should you find a way to uncover this buried time, perhaps you may also right the wrongs of the past. And one mandible raises very slowly, and then slowly lowers a little bit closer to all of you. But it is so mighty that even with its slow descent, it creates a torrent of hurricane-like wind and shakes the ground like an earthquake as it comes down. Commune, young ones. Absorb this knowledge, and perhaps your foolish quest to fight death will end up righting some wrongs. And Harrow and Davuk, you know what that calls for. Now that the mandible has been placed in front of you, you are being called to simply place a hand on Alifaz.
Hero briskly walks over and does so.
Okay.
Davuk follows after carefully watching what Hero does. Just to make
And
sure he does it
For,
right.
for the three of you less seasoned, how
Yeah,
do
I
you
mean,
handle this?
Seeing obviously the two of them, this ain't their first rodeo, so we'll just be kind of following, watching, and trying to do it as closely as they are.
Yeah, Elias follows suit. He kind of looks over at forgetting everyone's name, Callum, and just like nods. Can't see his mouth, but you can see his eyes just kind of look and nod towards the mandible as he
Oh.
walks over. And
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about other things. He was hardcore disassociating in that moment and puts his hand on the beetle last.
Okay. So as you do, all five of you have your hand on the mandible. You absorb images. I am going to present you with 5. All of you experience them both individually and then together as your mental space bends the normal conventions of reality. First, you see the image, and yes, note takers of the group, you're going to want this. First, you see the image of what appears to be a mummy laying upon an altar in a decrepit tomb, arms folded. And you see vials and ornaments all along the walls and scattered on the floor. That is image 1. Image 2. You see in a very dark cavern what appears to be a humanoid at first, but with glowing yellow serpent eyes and a snake-like scaled face looming in the very back of this dark hall. And in the image, they seem to, almost like an uncanny painting, be looking right at all of you. That's image 2. Image 3, you see someone that looks like the Eliases of times past. Someone with a bunch of scrolls surrounding them. A woman, perhaps the Pasht that Alifaz talked about, with lots of beakers and experimentations, amongst a group of soldiers. Image 4. You see a being that all 5 of you have only heard legend about, and now get a sense that might be real. A mighty, white-haired sphinx, sitting in a pyramid chamber with a single beam of light illuminating the entire chamber from the sky. And the final image, you see what appears to be some sort of insect-like creature. They appear to be missing limbs, surrounded by gemstones and artifacts, wearing a weird skull ornament on their face. Those are the 5 images. Does anybody need a repeat or a clarification? And I say clarification with an asterisk because obviously none of you know what any of this fucking means yet.
Could you say the last one again for me?
The last one is an insectoid-like creature that seems to be missing limbs
surrounded by gems with a skull-like mask on.
Okay.
Anybody else? Cool. Got the thumb up from Jenna. That's good. Got the thumb up from John. Thumb up from Evan. All right. So you absorb all of those images. None of you comprehend yet what you see. And as if knowing that, Alifaz says, "Do not worry. You mustn't think of these. When the time is right, all of these sights will emerge in your mind. They will guide you back to my past. First, before you get anywhere, you must approach the Great Burrow. Once there, seek out the Thry Kreen and find their leader, known as No One. Everything will fall from there. And if your path is meant to be, you will find your way." And he'll pull the mandible away, just as mighty and slow and daunting as before as it hits the ground. Last word. Trust the oasis, wherever you see it. History lies in its waters, more than you know. And with that, the images start to ripple away. And all of you start to appear again. Nevra is there, and as you awake, you realize it's not been a few minutes. It's been a few hours. It's the dead of night. The moon is out shining. Wind is picking up. It's getting relatively cold, as it always does in an arid place with no sun. And Nevra just looks up, as if she's been waiting there the whole time. Whatever you saw, whatever business you need to attend to, get out of here now. Go through the old wounds and use the underways. Take whatever mounts you need. The druids will set you up with supplies, but a fear must not know about this. It will influence his decision. Do we understand?
Yeah, I just have one really important question. Is somebody going to talk to the foreman about me not being at work tomorrow?
We can get Theramore to send them over. He used to work quite a bit. We'll take
Okay.
care of it.
All right, cool. I'm good. Let's do it. Let's go.
I do have to stop by the order before we leave. We have a lot of gold for paper.
Whatever you do, make it very fast, and try your best not to be seen.
How fast are we talking? You want it like now?
When one communes with Alifaz, you set aside all other priorities.
Alright, I will make it. I will be right back.
He's just gonna cast polymorph on himself, turn himself into an eagle, and fly over to where he needs to go.
Sweet.
And she'll just kind of look at that and. Arcane, not druid. Still.
No, much different.
Mark.
Oh,
sorry.
also,
Go ahead.
Callum, you won't have to worry about telling the foreman anyway, because
Oh.
we were communing for a week. That's how long we've been out. You might want to let your family know that you're still okay.
For the first time, Never kind of cracks a smile.
They might think you're dead.
Harrow, please don't lie to the poor child.
Oh.
He just starts laughing.
Woo. I mean,
Kid, it's been 4 hours.
That's good.
I didn't have anybody to tell anyway, but I would have been in a lot of trouble if I hadn't shown up to work for a week without telling anybody. Oh, so that's
Trust
good.
me, I would not have been able to hide you here for a week.
All right, that's fair. Yeah.
Smile's gone.
Yeah. He just looks at Davuk and just smiles. She's like, got him. And then just walks away.
Now, please. Once we supply you, make haste. Do whatever you must. And be quick. I fear that we don't have long before Moza puts the pressure on Afir again. And she'll get up briskly. And just like that, you're all gonna start getting supplies handed to you to make your hasty exit. All thrust into a quest with mystery and greater purpose than any of you understand. Elias, as an eagle, you make your way to your research place. No one is there right now. They've all turned in for the night. Except for Amari, who is still there, plugging away at the same equation, almost as if she hadn't moved for 6 hours.
Okay. Flies in, very tastefully turns back into Elias, lands on his feet, and says,
You're still up?
These rookies messed something up pretty big. I'll talk to them tomorrow, but it's okay. I've got it all fixed.
Alright, I have to be very quick about this. And do not get upset with me. First, this will make you feel better.
hands her the 5 gold.
That does make me feel better. Elias, are you about to die? Are you a wanted man? Catch me up.
You know, I actually don't know if I'm about to die. That is to be concluded. However, that is for supplies. Continue the research. I cannot say anything, but I will be gone for either a little while or not a little while. It's up in the air. And that's hard for me to say.
Elias, the more you spoke, the more confusing that got. Can you just tell me one thing so I can go to bed?
Sure.
Is whatever the hell you're up to going to help us get Afir's approval for the research?
No.
Well, then what the fuck are you doing?
There's a lot of stuff going on. I will talk to you when I get back. Just please, keep the work up. I need you to trust me on this. You know I wouldn't do things if I didn't have to. This is something I have to do, and I cannot talk about it, which is also something hard for me to do. But I need you, keep up the work, and trust me.
You owe me a big one.
All right, fine. I have to go. Good night. You're doing great.
He's gonna turn into an eagle again.
All right. And would anyone else like to say goodbyes of any kind before you meet in the old wounds?
Yeah, I think after everyone leaves the Druid Circle area to go on their certain quest to grab items, I think Hera would say bye to Nira.
Gotcha.
I don't
Yes,
think.
Vashon.
Yeah, I don't think that they're like super sentimental, and I don't view their relationship as. They probably just have their secret language, just
Mhm.
knowing each other.
Yeah. Just a stare that conveys everything it needs to. All she will say is, if you don't make it back, things are going to be much harder to manage around here.
Yeah, you might have to be positive for once.
I'll give it a shot.
You and everyone else don't want me to die. I understand that. You'd be stuck with Theramore.
Go on.
He's good. He'll take care of you. If I don't come back, check every oasis. You might find me.
She'll nod.
He'll respond in the same.
Okay. Anyone else? The other three of you are a little less tied down, but anything before we approach the progress gate in the story here.
I mean, I feel like Anzi would consider just writing word to her family, but they need to be quick. They need to be obviously secret, and we've been together, I feel like, enough where, someone's really prodding, that might look bad.
Mhm.
So she'll just trust that they won't be worried. Know that she keeps herself safe enough.
All right. So, everyone,
Yeah.
anyone else? Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
good. You're good.
Davuk will probably visit any kind of I don't know if there's some kind of like nature sanctuary type of place near the Druid circles where his swarm can kind of say their goodbyes before traveling, as
Mhm.
they all kind of know that they're all going to travel. So,
Gotcha. So you have a reverent moment with
right.
your swarm.
Yes.
Cool as hell. Man. Well, when you look at it that way, Davuk has the most friends.
Right.
Many
All right.
friends.
And Callum, you're last on the list. Do you want to have a little moment before you get out of here with anybody?
Yeah, Callum would, since this is probably the last time that he's going to be in the Beetle for a while, he'll go and do his nightly ritual. So he'll go back into the market to wherever there might be um, bakeries or sweets, like fresh baked goods, like desserts, like elephant ears, that type of thing. Those like really incredibly sweet fried goods. And he'll, pay for just a little something. And there's a specific building that he climbs on top of to get a really good image in the night sky. And he'll just kind of be sitting up there, and he will pull Musadafa out, kind of set him next to him, break off a little piece of the sweet treat for him to chew on, and just look up there and take a few bites and just take in the sights one more time.
Yeah. This place that you stumbled into and called home
Mm-hmm.
for a little bit. Okay. Seems a fitting vignette for everybody. And you meet at the Old Wounds. You've been given basic survival supplies by the Druids, essentially. Enough food for a few weeks. Hiking staves, ropes, pythons for climbing in case you find solid rock out there that hasn't been pulverized into dust and sand. Just various common stuff like that. As you all meet by the old wounds and descend, you enter the underways. You go well past the part that Callum normally works at and into the tunnels that have been constructed throughout the city, and you are able to exit from here. And Alifaz, having communed with you, you're trusting for Harrow and Davuk. You're just trusting that if you hit an exit point, even though Alifaz is currently standing, that he will do something for you so that you don't just plummet to your death. Because that would what would happen otherwise, is you would just fall half a mile.
Speak for yourself, I'd be fine.
That's true.
I would
Just-
also be fine if I succeed the saving throw. Evasion.
I have Featherfall.
I can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, get
And I
fucked,
would just
Mark.
turn
Yeah,
into-
Mark, we'll all be fine. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
I would just turn
We don't
into
need
a
this
bird.
fucking meal, we can imagine ourselves. Let's go.
You know what,
All
Mark?
right. Alifaz trusts you. You'll be fine. So, we're going. That is just D&D, though, isn't it? You enter a dark room. I have dark vision. Okay, well. Okay, you see the room. But yeah, you're in the underways. You're making your way through, and you're just toward the end. You see light, the moonlit skies and sands outside, with this big skyline view you have, and you start heading toward them in this long tunnel, a very narrow tunnel, where all of you are kind of crammed within 8 or 10 feet of each other, trying to get through, double file. But as you get about halfway there, you notice something. Harrow, you're the first to notice. You hear it. There's just a scuff of rock. And you instinctually turn just to look over your shoulder. And you do see a figure standing there. Cape, billowing slightly in the breeze that is coming through this tunnel. The rest of the party has continued to walk, though. Do you say anything? Do anything?
Did I just see a person in a billowing cape?
Yeah, they're far enough away and it's dark enough that it's hard to see everything. But the silhouette looks familiar.
Oh. Does it look like the gentleman that we saw earlier in the market?
It indeed does, upon second glance.
And I can assume that they've seen all 5 of us billowing out.
Yeah.
I'll stop Davuk. And I'll mention that to them.
Gotcha.
If you want, I can go and talk to him.
You aren't to let anyone know what we're doing.
Well, he won't know what we're doing, but the man is no fool. He saw us standing in the market with the person that he bribed, knowing that that person was going to talk to the leader of the Druids, and it won't take him long to figure out who I am. We can ignore this and just move with more haste and urgency, understanding that they're going to move forward with their plan much quicker. Or I can talk to them. Neither are good options.
I'm not smart enough to decide what the right thing to do is.
Very well. I will pull he'll stop everyone and he'll pull everyone into a circle. Look, we're being watched by the man in the market. The one that made the deal, or was trying to make the deal.
How far away is he?
Oh,
Far
so you've
enough.
noticed. And he is about 100 feet away. He steps a little bit more into the light now as he's looking at all of you.
Oh, shit, there's a person!
Yes, we see him.
Okay,
Callum.
I just
Thank you for telling us.
No, we appreciate that, Callum.
I didn't know if anybody else saw him, that's all.
He picks up a stone in his hand, feels at it. There's iron in here. Iron that will very soon run out. Let me explain something to you. I'm sure you're all headed out right now, ready to go on some grand quest. Some mystical journey that your beetle told you would do something. You think the past few haven't tried that? You think if I didn't stop them, they didn't die alone? I don't think you comprehend how much out there in the Cartesian desert has left you alone because you were on the back of a great beast. You want to go out on foot? Well, good luck. In the meantime, I will be hoisting up this delicate economy that thousands depend on, while you go chase some fantasy to keep your favorite beetle alive. Come on now. Plenty other have converted. The world's moving on. We can deal with this now. And he starts to walk a little bit closer. Or the desert can be your problem. Which do you choose?
Are you threatening us?
Pretty sure that's a threat.
Oh,
Vuk gets his crossbow out.
No.
Elias looks to everybody and just says, Elias looks to everyone and says,
Do we like threats? No, right?
No, but I don't trust the confidence of a man who is approaching 5 individuals that he witnessed do great acts with such confidence. It is not the hand that he is showing, but the hand that we do not see that I worry.
is there anyone around other than him?
no. Just him. And you have no idea how he got here, for one, but no, there's nobody else around right now.
If you're able to understand the fact that we're communing, if you know that other individuals were doing this before, and they failed, what threat are we to you?
Little. But I don't take risk. There are 2 options. Either I convince you right now that this is foolish, that history should stay buried, that you should let the natural order of things progress, that you should take care of your people, keep them from going destitute, keep them from ending up stranded, captured by bandits, left for dead in the middle of nowhere with not an oasis in sight, when your beetle one day dies of natural causes, or as natural as you want to call this, and he vaguely points around to the ceiling. Or you're gonna head out into the desert. And the odds are it will take you, but as I said, I didn't get this far taking chances. Order must be maintained. So what will it be?
Can I ask a question?
And he just raises an eyebrow.
Is the eyebrow a yes? You seem really important, and I'm not used to interacting with really important people, and I just want to be sure.
He smiles a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, because one of the things that I found out about important people in the past, 8 hours, is you guys use a lot of words to say something really simple. Are you saying that you're either gonna kill us right now, or you're gonna let the desert do it, because the desert will do it?
You're right. And he lets the stone fall from his grip. Why be diplomatic? Why play the old game that I and a few used to play? That's not how you talk. So let me be clear. You are on top of millions of gold worth of resource. And the only thing that needs to happen for that millions of gold of resource to enter the economy of the bustling, growing trade district of the coast of Cartasia is for this fucking animal to die. I wanted to play nice, and I will play nice with the fear. But you need to make your decision. Do you give up? Or do you try to stand against the great clockwork soul, Moza Shadid? The one for whom all order has gone exactly as it was supposed to throughout all of my time on this realm.
I do not believe that we take threats and dwell with the words that you've been saying. I think what we should do is more than obvious. And Anzi will start to draw her sword.
Sometimes a reed gets stuck in the cogs. Very well. And he motions toward the exit. Start running. And Elias, I'll give it to you. You're positioning, I'll assume you're toward the back of the group as the wizard. Just kind of naturally fell into that formation. With your passive perception of 15 and that your position, you noticed something. You were so focused on him, you didn't notice that the light in this tunnel shifted a little bit. Everything got a little dimmer. You turn, and you suddenly put dots together. He just told you he's a clockwork soul. That means he's a sorcerer. That means he probably knows how to cast spells without verbal or somatic components. And he was just holding iron ore in his hand. As you turn around, your only exit has been sealed with the 5th level spell Wall of Stone. The only way to break it is to break through the wall or break his concentration.
Can I do a thing?
You want to do a thing?
I do want to do a thing.
Okay.
This is probably not gonna work. But we're already here, guys. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Elias is going to see that and kind of look back towards him.
It has been a while. If I can do this again.
And he is going to take one of his trinkets, pull up the Sands of Time thing, flip it over, and as he flips it over, he's going to use his feature. I need him to make a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha. Okay. Would a 19 beat your DC?
Well, yeah. Damn it.
All right. So what was the spell?
Momentary stasis. If he fails, he is encased in a field of magical energy and is incapacitated until the
Right.
end of my next turn.
That would absolutely break concentration. Cast it, and he kind of just cocks his head. And you see, almost illuminated in the dim light, these just bronze, golden brown, glowing cogs gleaming in the whites of his eyes. And he just... Nice try. And he will just slowly start walking toward the party, and he is just going to launch Cone of Cold at everybody.
As he is moving forward, Callum is going to say what is he's intending to do under his breath, but sorry, I just want to double check that is the thing.
Yeah, is he casting this without saying anything? Oh,
Sorry, my voice changer is still on.
Okay, yeah. So he would, what he feels like is under his breath, but is really just a telepathic message he's going to send to Anzi. And under his breath, but unaudible to anybody else, he's going to say, if you charge him, I think I can knock him out of the concentration. You just got to get close.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this kind of cold is going off before I'm able to do anything.
Yeah.
But she
Question.
will totally do that.
Cool.
Is he saying some, like, can I see he's casting a spell?
He would say something this time. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to counterspell.
At what level?
Well, I polymorphed twice, so I don't have fourth. So,
Okay.
so it's third.
Third level counterspell with your reaction. He will use his reaction to counterspell your counterspell. So the Cone of Cold is in one hand, and he just, oop, nice try again. And it just blasts off.
God damn it, this guy's good.
So,
How big is this tunnel?
it is only 10 feet wide.
Okay, so it can't be something gigantic.
No. So, before we move on to the Anzi thing, just everybody give me a con save. And just go ahead and type the number in chat if it doesn't already pop up.
Oh my god, this is garbage. Sweet.
Oh no!
Anzi, no!
But paladins have things. I get bonuses, don't I? That's a thing. I should
What?
get
Of
my
course.
fucking thing.
course.
What
save were we doing again?
I'm gonna use my reaction to use my feat of hold on, get the actual name. Bountiful luck, so you can re-roll that one.
Devuk, Jesus!
You know what? I'm actually gonna. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So, +2 to everyone. Okay. So I then.
I imagine you're all within 10 feet of me. So
Oh, wait,
I'm just
yeah.
gonna assume. That's still a 9 though.
Callum is going to use a point of luck to re-roll, and with that +2, he's at a 21.
I just realized that I have a feature. I'm gonna use my chronal shift to re-roll my saving throw.
Yo, is this a re-roll party? God damn it.
No, man.
The
gonna
story is
rewind.
ours to control, Mark.
I don't think that matters for me.
I'm going
It's
to
still just
rewind
bad.
time.
Yes!
And roll better!
21 as well with the +2.
Okay. So we got a 19, a 32, a 21, and a 21. And then Anzi. Okay.
I mean, I just
So-
think that. I imagine she's like starting to like charge this guy. So
Yeah.
I think it is just the thing of
That's
she's
only
taking the
fair.
absolute brunt of it.
Thematically, you took the brunt of it. We'll give you that. that was intentional. So, all 4 of you that succeeded, you are going to take 22 points of cold damage.
Okay.
And then Anzi, you're taking 44.
As a reaction, can I do absorb elements?
Yes, you can. That counts as cold damage. So 22 is down to 11 then.
Oh,
All right. And now we have this Anzi, Callum, Wombo combo of some sort.
All right. So as she's charging and as she's charging forward, as the spray of coldness is happening, Callum wants to try and whether there's an outcropping of rock or a stone somewhere, he wants to try and dive to it to try and get some cover. To hopefully he wants to try and hide as a bonus action.
Got you. Okay, roll stealth.
Ooh, buddy, Callum is pretty stealthy. That's cocked. That's a 24.
Ooh, the last one was cocked, but that was cock. So, with a 24, no one say that ever again. That was bad.
Oh
No, so, with a 24 on your bonus action, this tunnel is dark enough, especially with the new wall of stone, that you do find a spot where you kind of just vanish for a bit and are able to surprise him with your attack action, which I assume is what we're doing here.
Yeah. And he pulls out both daggers and he's like, all right, is this fate or do I need to be lucky? Definitely lucky. And he's going to pull out Hassa. He's going to be ready until, he's going to wait until Anzi is within 5 feet. And as soon as she is, he's going to peek up and poof, chuck the dagger.
So you're readying your attack for when she is within 5 feet. So we'll do you first, and then we'll do Anzi. Cool. Okay, go ahead and roll an attack on Moza.
All right, here we go.
And he already used his reaction to counterspell, so no shield.
Yeah.
So
Here we
just be
go.
straight AC.
Yeah,
And
fuck
she would be
you.
within 5 feet just so that way we can get the... Oh, no, this is with advantage because I'm hidden. Being a rogue is so much fun. First one, that's a 2. Advantage. That is pretty good. That definitely hits, I'm sure. If not, we're in trouble. It's a 25.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
He's not deaf. He's
Okay.
not.
Okay, so then that'll be 9 plus my
save.
well, my sneak attack is 4d6, so I still need to roll
Okay.
that. So
Right.
9
I've just got the number ready for the damage.
plus 4d6. Okay, so 11, 15, 21, 30 points of damage total.
30. Okay. So halved, he needs to beat a 15.
Yep.
And he got a 21.
Damn it.
So he maintains for now, but you do a chunk in him. He starts bleeding from the collar. He looks at you, and he sees Anzi, turns just in time for whatever you're gonna do. Was that it, Joe?
Yeah, as soon as it's funny, the dagger jams into his stomach or wherever it ends up hitting, scratches against his collar and pales into the back. And as he looks at Anzi, there's this whoop noise from behind him as the dagger reappears in Callum's belt. He's like,
A belt of return.
all right. Yep.
All right. And Anzi, now you also can just go ahead and wail at him.
Yeah, I mean, she is just going to, first of all, as bonus action, is going to cast Searing Smite, and she'll make it at second level as well to get the extra 2d6. Well, an extra 1d6 to make it 2d6, there we go. But she will just lash out with both her attacks.
Cool.
Both.
And they do have a +2 because she's technically dueling, so I imagine those hit. And so can I? Yes, I can. But Bop. And then where is my searing smite? There she is. Bop. So that is that's good damage. 22, 36 damage. Kind of want to smite on it as well, but I won't do that for now.
Okay. It's 36, so he needs to beat an 18 this time to maintain
Maybe I shouldn't smite.
concentration.
Anyway, too late.
Do you wanna? I haven't rolled yet.
Smite! Do it! The
Yeah,
paladin
fuck
thing!
it,
Do the
I'll
paladin
do the
thing!
thing.
Yeah!
Hey, with the smite.
Yeah. Can I just do that? I can! Woo! Oh my god, max damage. Look at me.
Wow.
It's a
So 36 plus 16 is 52, so now he needs to beat a 26.
Get it.
He can, so I'm still gonna roll.
Okay. But yeah. He's also on fire, because that happens with Searing Smite, so she's just fucking red hot, sword
Alright.
lashed into him. And now he's on fire.
That was a dirty 20. So the spite was good move. Boom. Alright, he loses concentration. The wall just crumbles, the tunnel reopens, and he just, stumbling back with a bit of blood, that he just kind of raises his hands and it only gets worse out there. Keep running. And as he raises his hands, there is, from behind him in the tunnel, a flood of these clockwork constructs that are shaped like scorpions and spiders and all sorts of reptiles and insectoids that are just crawling all over the tunnel like a sewer, that are just flooded towards you. Is anybody doing anything besides booking it?
As we're booking it, I just want to do spike growth again,
Okay, just meh.
just in case. So lots of lightning bugs, then lots of obstacles.
Okay, cool.
There's your flavor.
Sweet.
Question.
And then, yeah.
Is anyone in the group have like less movement speed than 30? Or is anyone behind at all as well if we start running?
Well, being a halfling, I'm at 25, but I would use my.
Do you
I have
shoot?
a plan.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So, I mean, I could vortex warp one of you guys to the front if you want, but other than that, I'm going to cast a spell. That's not vortex warp.
Okay.
Does anyone want a quick escape or no? No?
I mean,
Cool.
apparently everybody
Okay.
is
Yeah.
gonna skydive, so I think we're
It's okay.
We're good.
So, in his component pouch, he's going to pull out two things of coal. He's going to rub the coal on the bottom of his boots, and then he's going to kick them together, and you watch steam and fire start to propel him hovering off the ground. And I'm casting a Chardalon Stride, and I just start like I'm
That's
Iron Man on the ground, just bolting forward.
So,
I'm riding on fire now.
that's
amazing.
rad.
And then Harrow, are you gonna wild shape of some kind?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn into this big ass dino bird. Like once we get to the end, and then I'm just gonna grip and grab whoever I can in my claws, and then just fly.
Amazing.
Yeah, Callum is incredibly fast getting to the end of the tunnel because I would action dash and then bonus action cunning action dash. So my movement speed's 90 feet. So he's he's zooming.
Damn.
But once he gets to the end at the like where the hole is, he's like, okay, this is where I would need some assist. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you just see Harrow run by you, this halfling just go, and G just jumps out of it. And then suddenly he just drops, and as he drops, he just suddenly forms into this massive dinosaur bird and then shoots back up and then just floats there for a moment for anyone to jump on, and then grabs whoever he needs to, and then just flies away.
Ah!
Oh, great.
Can I ask a rule of cool thing?
Of course.
So when we jump off, can instead, because my movement with this is 50 feet, increases by 20. But can I like Ghost Rider fucking jump down and then like just ride down the wall of this thing?
Yes.
With the Chardalon
Yes.
stride?
Absolutely. Just ride, and then as soon as you hit, as soon as there's no more rail to grind, just cast Featherfall and just plummet the rest of the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool as shit. Alright, and then Anzi, I know you have a special item for falling from great distances.
I mean, Anzi would, she'd already be the furthest away from the exit, and so she would have just had her shield, 'cause she's got Sentinel, and so I imagine with some of these, like, creatures that are getting too close or too far along, it's kind of like using her shield, she's able to, like, kind of knock them back and keep them from advancing on people. But yeah, once they get to that exit, she will kind of, still with her shield, she's just going to straight up, just like dive out of the thing and move her shield to where her back is, and you can see the what seem to just be decorative beetle wings on the shield will split open, much like an actual beetle, and wings will just unfold from within it and basically turn into a bit of a glider.
That's badass.
As it basically just gives her feather fall. But yeah, so she's just gonna swoop down with that.
Yep.
And it's epic. Wow.
Her magic item was shield with Featherfall. And I was like, cool. And then she described it, and I was like, oh!
I am Beetle! Beetle Campaign! What's a Beetle?
So, Callum, carried by Dinosaur Hero. Elias Iron Manning down. Anzi Beetle gliding down. And Davuk, you can just fly.
Oh, I would have grabbed Davuk too.
Yeah, but he has a thing.
But it can fly.
Yeah. You told me you have a thing.
His thing is his swarm. He'll just yeah, it's just he will drop and they'll just start glowing and appearing, and I guess it's just like a rule of cool type of deal with his what is it called? His so sorry, the writhing tide type of thing.
Yeah, so they just catch you like a magic carpet.
Yeah.
Damn. Y'all are leaving in style. So, all of you descend, flying away. A rogue in a dinosaur claw, Iron Man, Beetle Lady, and a dude riding bugs. And you're the heroes that are gonna go back into history and right the wrongs of Empress Khatenepet. So, as you're making your way out, you see Cape furrowing in the wind, small streaks of blood showing in his outfit. You see Moza just standing at the very edge of the tunnel, his constructs spilling out, and then he snaps, and they all spill back in, and just sort of disappear behind his cloak like they never existed. And he just watches you as you disappear into the unknown wilderness, where the reality starts to sink in for all of you. Yeah, you might just die. But at least now, you not only have a beetle to save, but a villain to put down when you do it. And with only the knowledge of the Great Burrow and the Thry-Kreen and their leader known as No One to guide you as the first part of your quest, that is the end of the prologue of Buried Time. Hope everybody had a good time. That one, I will be clear, because I know multiple people here like sleeping, me included. That was a little longer than I want the rest of them to be. I felt like we had momentum going and we had to get out of the city in session 1. So apologies for the time being a little longer than I had hoped. But from now on, I am hoping that 11 is pretty much the end time. And if
Nice,
we're in a
nice.
bit of a weird place, we'll just stop there and keep going because there's
Nice.
no hard limit on how many sessions we can play. There's a loose one in that the campaign is going to be a little shorter, but you know, I'm okay with none of the other sessions are going to have like set end times like this one, but this one did, and everybody was role playing, and I didn't want to cut that off for the sake of plowing us to the end, you know?
Yeah,
Because it was all such good stuff, and it's stuff that's going to carry on into session 2.
for sure. Cool.
So yeah, there's that. Figured I would just say that as we're going forward, because I know it's different times for people. It's almost 1 a.m. for a few of you. So yeah, but hope you all had a good time regardless. Hope you're ready to venture out into the Cartesian desert and meet a bunch of strange shit on your quest.
Oh yeah.
Sweet. All
This
right.
was
Cool.
awesome. This was so cool.
I'm on a
so
Charlatan
pumped.
stride everywhere, dude. Iron
Hell
Man.
yeah, man.
Alrighty. Joe,
Alrighty.
go ahead and sign us out.
Yes, thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Be sure to check us out on Tuesday for the continuation of the adventures of the Salamander Coast, the return of Varnas Talmaru in the Salamander Coast campaign to help deal with the Forsaken that have popped up in that group. Or check us out on Wednesday for video game times, because there's no Everin this Wednesday. So we'll just, I know, I'm very sad. But everybody in Everin is sad, so it's okay.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Good kind of sad. Or check us out on Saturday for the continuation of the Isles of Avarion, or next Sunday for the continuation of Buried
Time.
Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.